It is a very great pleasure for me to welcome you here to the Italian Embassy in Washington. We have a full house today, many people coming from Italy, many American friends. I'm glad to open this first US meeting of the Transatlantic Investment Committee, calling on stage Ambassador Mariangela Zappia. In her brilliant career, she has been EU Ambassador in Geneva, Italian permanent representative to NATO and to the United Nations, National Security Advisor to the Italian Prime Minister, and above all, first woman in all these roles. Ambassador Zappia, the floor is yours. Please come on stage.
This is a beautifully full room, and I'm really very happy to welcome you all here, particularly Undersecretary Fernandez. Thank you really for finding the time to be with us, Executive Director Singh, and all of you distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, buongiorno a tutti. This day marks a notable recurrence for the Transatlantic Investment Committee. Its launching meeting took place in Rome 1 year ago today, a long way and a short time for such an ambitious project. And I will take a little time to explain a little bit this project. In the past 12 months, the geopolitical landscape has been shaken. The shock waves of the Russian aggression to Ukraine have added a sense of urgency to the already evident need to strengthen the relationship among trusted international friends. The concept of emerging technologies, digital and energy transition, strategic autonomy, investment screening, supply chain resilience, friendshoring are now at the center of the political and economic debate in the US, in Europe, and of course in Italy. In this era of change, we are seeking a reconfigured, free and rule-based world order, which does not compromise the values we believe in and the rights we choose to defend. It is a complex balance which needs to take into account many aspects: free trade and common standards, tariffs and non-tariffs barriers, investments in mature sectors and startups promotion, advanced manufacturing and transfer from science and research into industrial production, ethical values and principles. As clearly stated in the recent report published by the Special Competitive Studies Project, whose CEO, Mr. Bayraktari, is with us today, by the end of this decade, we will know whether a wave of technological innovation is applied to improve society and human welfare, or directed for control and conquest. In this endeavor, we need people with a vision and the tools to pursue it. We need analytical capabilities, we need education and communities to share experiences and solutions. We need financial resources to invest. These are the building blocks of the Transatlantic Investment Committee. And its vision. Governing new economic trends and technological transformations while promoting democratic values cannot rely on extemporary solutions. The EU and US Trade and Technology Council is a key framework to hold debate and find solutions. It is a challenging task, and all governments, together with the private sector, must devote great attention to a process that is going to shape our international cooperation and ultimately the quality of life of future generations. This is why this embassy and I decided to sponsor the Transatlantic Investment Committee, a project that is at the very beginning. It is a unique platform which stems from Italy and aims at expanding at the European level with the fundamental participation of the US partners. It is a group of experts and decision makers, very much hands-on, which fosters discussions and seeks tools precisely to respond to some of the challenges raised within the TTC. First, the financial dimension. Without high quality and consistent co-investments across the Atlantic, it will be difficult to reach the level of autonomy, resilience, and innovation that we all need, both in Europe and in the US. In addition, the industrial dimension, funding need to be directed to the right sectors in a smooth way to create value and not distortions. Finally, the educational component. A new generation of managers, researchers, and investors is needed in order to live and thrive in the new environment that is emerging. Among them, many must and will be women. According to a recent report published by the European House Ambrosetti, if the gender pay gap were closed and female employment rate was equal to the male one, there would be a positive impact in the G20 countries of 14% of the GDP. These three elements, financial, industrial, and educational, are at the core of the TIC efforts, activities, and plans for the future. In a few months, we will read the first comprehensive analysis with the publication of the policy report jointly edited by the Institute for International Political Studies, ISPI, together with the Atlantic Council. A Transatlantic Investment Fund will be launched, and a wide network of American and European universities will offer a dedicated international master degree. Theory and practice are two sides of the newly minted coin called Transatlantic Investment Committee. I'm therefore particularly glad to host this workshop today. The active presence of so many high-level representatives from Italy is a clear sign of the attention and importance devoted to our enduring transatlantic partnership. The participation of important members of the US administration and the think tank community is evidence that we are moving in the right direction, promoting common interests for a win-win scenario. I have used the word trusted friends. I could have said partners, allies, like-minded countries, but I picked friends on purpose. Friends share much more than common interests. Friends are aware that they are not tied to contingencies. Friends share common values and want to pursue them together. Friends look at the long-term perspective. The Transatlantic Investment Committee is another facet of friendship between Italy, Europe, and the United States of America. It is part of the toolbox to create clusters of people working efficiently on a common task, no matter where they are, in Europe or in the US. It is an advocate of the need to reorganize our companies, rules, and investments very rapidly to keep pace with the fast-changing world we live in now. It is a response to the need to foster innovation in the spirit of what we hope will be the theme of Expo 2030 proposed by the city of Rome: people and territories, regeneration, inclusion, and innovation. This collaborative model has been existing for a long time across the Atlantic, but needs to be updated and boosted, amplifying the inherent ability of our businesses to work together. This is an historic opportunity that cannot be missed. And let me conclude by quoting Susan Clark, the chairwoman of the US Chamber of Commerce on the Financial Times 2 days ago. She wrote, for the sake of America's own interest and the world, we need to make sure Europe remains strong and prosperous. A weakened Europe is not the interest of the US. We are partners for a reason, having built prosperous societies based on democracy, free enterprise, and rules-based international order. As American businesses must stand with Europe, Europe and Italy will stand with the US. It is a concept that Italian new Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni expressed very clearly in her opening speech in Parliament. We are open to encourage international investment, she said. We will counter predatory attitudes, but we will welcome companies who want to invest with mutual benefits. So I really wish to thank you all again. I wish to thank the distinguished speaker that will speak after me. I also want to recognize the president of the Regione Friuli Venezia Giulia. The importance of the region is really incredible, and it will be also another dimension of the TIC, the TIC. So with that, I wish all of us a very constructive discussion, and I look forward to seeing all of you tonight at Villa Firenze, and I leave the floors to you, Undersecretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. It is my honor now to introduce the U.S. Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment, Mr. Jose Fernandez. He leads the State Department's bureaus and offices that stand at the center of the Biden administration's effort on climate change, clean energy, health, supply chain security, and all economic priorities. Undersecretary Fernandez is also the United States alternate governor to the World Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the Inter-American Development Bank. From 2009 to 2013, he served as the Assistant Secretary of State for Economic Energy, Business Affairs, one of the bureaus he now oversees. Prior to his most recent appointment at the Department of State, Undersecretary Fernandez was a partner at Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher. His practice focused on mergers, acquisitions, finance in Europe, and emerging markets, advising U.S. and foreign clients in the telecommunications, energy, water, banking, and consumer industries. Undersecretary, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Ambassador, for inviting me to your beautiful embassy here. It's not always that I get to speak with masters behind me in painting, so it's wonderful to be here, and so thank you. I'm really glad to be here, and if you take any message away from my short talk this morning, is that I'm here for a very simple reason: to reinforce our strong relationship with Italy as we welcome Prime Minister Meloni's government. The United States looks forward to continuing our vital work together with Italy on supporting Ukraine, supporting democratic values, countering the PRC's malign activities, and advancing our shared interests around the world. So I'm delighted. I'm delighted to be here for the first US-based meeting of the Transatlantic Investment Committee, because direct investment is a cornerstone of our long-standing friendship and our economic partnership. U.S. companies have invested more than $28 billion in Italy, and Italian companies are actually ahead of us in that. The Italian companies have invested more than $34 billion in the U.S. That's not even counting, either way, counting the investments that are made through third countries. So we know that those numbers are low. But I think, and this is, I believe this is the reason why many of you are here, there's a lot more we could do. There's a lot more to be done, both on U.S. investment in Italy and Italian investment in the United States. For their part, U.S. companies are increasingly enthusiastic about investment prospects in Italy, particularly as a result of the reforms that your government is implementing under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And we share your conviction that those reforms and also the work that you're doing on critical investments in infrastructure will make the Italian economy more competitive, resilient, and sustainable. As my colleague from Select USA, Jasjit Singh, will tell you in a couple of minutes, it's really a great moment for Italian companies to invest in the American economy. We've created unprecedented incentives for domestic production in semiconductors, electric vehicles, and other industries of the future. And the recent infrastructure bill that was passed by our Congress will make it more efficient than ever to create value in the United States. The reforms that and investments that both of our countries are making in our own economies are vital to catalyze long-term growth and to safeguard our national security. We've seen Russia's brutal war in Ukraine and the People's Republic of China's use of industrial espionage around the world, and that's made it clear that our legacy supply chains require major changes and that we have to do more to protect intellectual property rights and other rights. Your government has provided an excellent example of the actions that like-minded countries need to take in order to safeguard national economic security, from the prudent scrutiny of sensitive industries and the procurement that you conduct under the Golden Power Authority, to the rapid moves that you've made to secure new natural gas supplies in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, to your bold moves that you've made to make Italy a safer and better place to invest. And that's why the Transatlantic Investments Committee's launch, I don't think, and this is the reason why I wanted to come here this morning, it couldn't come at a more important moment. Italy is one of our closest partners in the world, and it's critical that our nation deepen linkages that will make our economies more resilient and less dependent on strategic competitors who do not uphold international norms and standards. And I couldn't agree more with the ambassador that our relationship has to be about friendship. It's about sharing values. It's not a transactional relationship. It's a relationship among friends. And but it also helps to do some transactions as well. Earlier this week, President Biden congratulated Prime Minister Meloni and reaffirmed our commitment to build upon our close partnership in the face of pandemic recovery. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, climate change, and other global challenges means that we will have to deepen our economic and, yes, our political and friendship relationship. There is no doubt, though, that in that relationship, our economic relationship is at the core of our partnership, and expanding bilateral investment is central to strengthening that bond and safeguarding our shared national interests. So thank you once again. Thank you once again for inviting me to speak. I look forward to hearing about the results of this meeting, and I look forward, hopefully someday, to seeing you in Rome at one of your next meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Fernandez. The next speaker at this opening session will be Mr. Jasjit Singh, the Executive Director of Select USA, the U.S. government-wide program that works to attract foreign direct investments to the United States. In this role, he leads the strategy and implementation of Select USA's mission to create jobs and foster economic growth. He oversees the Select USA Investment Summit, an annual event where U.S. officials make the case to global companies that the United States remains a top destination to do business. Prior to joining Select USA, Jasjit was the Senior Director at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce U.S.-India Business Council. He was also a Senior Policy Advisor in the Obama administration and a Senior Consultant with Deloitte. Mr. Singh, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here amongst friends. Thank you, Ambassador Zappia. Pleasure to be with you here at your beautiful embassy. Undersecretary Fernandez. Also, thank you for inviting myself and my colleagues from Select USA, Elizabeth Schaefer, Omar Weiss, and Suzanne Rothman. As I said, it's an honor to be here exactly 1 year after founding this initiative, supporting the important economic relationship between Italy and the United States. You know, every morning in 2020, nearly 100,000 Americans woke up and went to work at an Italian-owned firm. Italian investment supports $2.4 billion in U.S. exports. In fact, in 2021, bilateral U.S.-Italian trade in goods was worth over $82 billion. These facts are a testament to the strong bilateral U.S.-Italian relationship, the growing commercial relationship which continued to expand in 2022. I'm proud to share that in May of 2022, the Department of Commerce led a minority business-focused trade mission to Italy, Spain, and Portugal. The inclusion of Italy speaks to the strength of our relationship and of the great potential we see for expanding U.S.-Italian commercial relationships. We received great feedback from that event, by the way, and in fact, some even reported that the Milan portion alone made it worthwhile for them to participate. That is why I was delighted to join you today. I'm confident that the Transatlantic Investment Committee will serve as a vehicle for deepening and expanding our already robust trade and investment relationship. As was mentioned, my name is Jasjit Singh, and I'm the Executive Director of Select USA. We are housed within the Department of Commerce in Washington, D.C., and since our inception in 2012, Select USA has assisted thousands of clients, including economic development organizations, domestic firms, international firms, many from Italy, facilitating over $141 billion in client-verified investment and creating more than 162,000 jobs across the United States and its territories. Our annual flagship event is the Select USA Investment Summit, which I believe many of you may have participated in. This coming year, it will be from May 1st to the 4th at the National Harbor just outside of DC. I hope to see you there. That summit has impacted more than $80 billion in new U.S. investment projects, supporting over 60,000 jobs across our country and territories. Now, allow me briefly to highlight exactly how Italian foreign direct investment has been impactful by sharing some meaningful data points. In 2021, Italian FDI in the United States totaled $41 billion, supporting nearly 100,000 jobs, as I mentioned. The top industries for Italian FDI included industrial equipment, renewable energy, food and beverage, software and IT services, metals, and electronics components. In 2021, Italy was the 18th largest market for U.S. goods and services, valued at nearly $22 billion, and the 5th largest U.S. export market in the EU, followed by Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, and France. And Select USA works closely with our commercial service and Italy teams to help Italian companies invest here in the United States. To date, Italian companies have made investments into over 40 individual states of the United States. CS Italy continues to connect with U.S. economic development organizations, with hundreds of Italian companies and business associations. One of the most sought-after events that CS Italy organized is the Italian EDO Roadshow, a key Select USA service that we provide to EDOs. The roadshow entails Select USA bringing U.S. EDOs to different cities and regions in Italy, creating direct networking and matchmaking opportunities for Italian companies to connect with and interact with U.S. states to explore and discuss potential sites for investment. Thanks to those roadshows, the Select USA promotional events, webinars, various trade missions, the Italian delegations at the Select USA Investment Summit continue to be amongst the largest in the last 5 editions of the Select USA Summit. CS Italy is also focused on activity to support young entrepreneurs and startups through the Select USA Tech and Global Women in Tech programs. I would like to recognize the outstanding support of the Italian government through the embassy and SIMEST, and that of our partners like AmCham Italy in promoting our programs and Italian investment in the United States. We look forward to exploring how we can collaborate even closer going forward with your newly elected government. New opportunities for investment in the United States are continuously being created through the passage of recent legislation like CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. Our administration is working to revitalize our manufacturing and advanced industries, to develop new, more secure supply chains, rebuild and expand our infrastructure. We're upskilling our workforce, investing in science, research, and development, and supporting innovation for technologies of the future. We look forward to supporting TIC as it educates a new generation of Italian managers and businesses on the U.S. market. So I'll conclude my remarks that I'm confident that the Transatlantic Investment Committee will successfully build off this important economic relationship between our two great nations. Thank you again for giving me the time and opportunity today to participate in this wonderful event.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. And now, the founder and one of the main engines of the Transatlantic Investment Committee, Dr. Andrea Gumina, with an academic background in economics of innovation. He's a former policy advisor to the Italian G7, G20 Sherpa, to the Italian Minister of Economic Development, and lastly, to the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Gumina.
Wow. Ambassador Zappia, Undersecretary of State Fernandez, Director Singh. First and foremost, thank you for having accepted to open this event with your enlightening remarks, which underscore the guiding role of the institutions from both sides of Italy and the United States to empower the TIC program. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, as the first meeting of the Transatlantic Investment Committee in the United States takes shape, please allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your presence here today. 1 year ago, when we started the exercise and soon after, I landed for the very first time here in Washington, D.C., I could never have imagined what would have unfolded thereafter. While I was almost sure about the transformative role exerted by innovation on our societies, I would rather bet on how many geopolitical tensions should have arisen, leading uncertainty to be a permanent feature of our times, and most probably of the current decade, something that Yili Bayaraktari, CEO of the CSP, will for sure underline in minutes in his keynote speech. Despite such a transformative and uncertain era, some uncertainties start to emerge at the very end. Such incredible and profound transformation brings huge opportunities to reshape market, production, and consumption cycles at transatlantic level, so as to ensure a strategic advance in key enabling technologies. Under their leadership, Italy and the United States of America are today in the best position than ever to drive a strong synergy between the two sides of the Atlantic, a synergy that should lead to stronger growth, competitiveness, and strategic autonomy in Europe and US. 3 keywords came to mind while writing down these short remarks: adaptation, engagement, results. The TIC builds on the Trade and Technology Council, established between the European Union and the United States in September 2021. Since its first kickoff meeting exactly 1 year ago on September 28th, and through all the following events in Rome and Brussels, as the geopolitical framework evolved, the TIC adapted. This adaptation process led us to capture how, despite the tensions, an historic opportunity exists to leapfrog our economies into a more prosperous and sustainable future, in preparation to face the 21st century global challenges and leveraging the twin transitions by investing on innovation and talents with an explicit mandate to involve women and the next generation to exploit our economy's full potential. Throughout this long year, we also learned how engagement is imperative for effective results. Since the beginning, the TIC was able to attract the interest of a growing number of stakeholders in Italy, Europe, and the United States, as today's president testifies, that joined the initial co-founders and helped to broaden our scope and enrich our potential. Today's event in Washington aims at setting up the TIC as the first Euro-Atlantic platform for stakeholders' engagement and on co-investments. Consequently, we decided to upgrade TIC program from a program to an association that will soon turn into a foundation, and I'm proud to announce its official incorporation last Wednesday, 26. Our scope now is to bring together a network of up to 1,000 public and private key decision makers across Italy, United States, Europe, and UK, willing to strengthen the transatlantic partnership. We are determined to transform such engagement efforts into clear, measurable results. In particular, we are pursuing 3 initiatives. The design of the first Transatlantic Investment Fund, whose endowment we plan to be of $4 billion, specifically aimed at accelerating scale-up growth across some of the most strategic TTC sectors, such as digital, clean tech, energy, aerospace, and biotech. An annual policy report, whose first edition we plan to realize together with the ISP and present here in DC by late spring 2023. Together with a series of awareness events that we plan to deploy in Europe and the United States, it will help to involve and sensibilize key stakeholders on the importance of transatlantic, or translating the TTC into a long-lasting source of growth. Also through stronger coordination among policy aimed at fostering trade and attracting investments. And finally, an executive master degree developed through the partnership with my alma mater, Luis Guido Carli University, and other university and prominent institution at the international level to empower a community of transatlantic managers, entrepreneurs, and investors with skills and competencies to tackle the challenges of the ongoing geopolitical economic transition. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me express my heartfelt thanks to all of those who take their part on this journey with us by inspiring, supporting, standing, and bearing with me during these months, starting from Ernesto Di Giovanni, Carlotta De Mofonti, and Claudio Del Grosso, Massimo Giuliano, and Elvira Raviele. And I have so many other names in my mind, but I won't pronounce them. They're all with me. And now, without further hesitation, I give the floor again to Lamberto Moruzzi, whose continued support has been crucial for us, for all of us, to achieve today's result. I wish to all of you, all of us, a very fruitful and effective work today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea. We end our first session with the keynote speech of Mr. Ili Bayraktari, President and CEO of the Special Competitive Studies Project. The project released its first report in mid-September, titled Mid-Decade Challenges to National Competitiveness, that outlines the stakes of the technology competition and presents a path to strengthen the economy in cooperation with partners and allies. Prior to leading the SCSP, Ili served as the Executive Director of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, where he and his team presented recommendations to the US Congress and the President of the United States to advance the development of emerging technologies to address the national security needs. Prior to joining the Commission, he served as Chief of Staff to National Security Advisor McMaster and held a variety of leadership roles at the Department of Defense. Mr. Bayraktari, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be at this inaugural session. First of all, I would like to thank the Italian Embassy for hosting me, and congratulations on launching of the Transatlantic Investment Committee in the United States. It is great to see initiatives and groups like this one bringing together such a diverse community of stakeholders who are trying to focus our efforts between our countries in the right direction for our future. It is great to see Ambassador Zappia, who has been Italy's national security advisor when I worked at the White House for General McMaster. She's a great ally of our country and a true leader in deepening our bilateral relationship. So thank you for hosting us and thank you for having me. I lead an effort, as mentioned, called Special Competitive Studies Project. The project aim is to make recommendations to strengthen the competitiveness of the United States and our allies in an era where AI and other emerging technologies are taking a central stage in our lives. I have been working at the crossroad of national security and technology for the last 4 years, as mentioned by Lamberto, which makes me an unusual candidate to speak to a group like you today. But I'm here because here in the United States, we are increasingly linking our economic prosperity, social benefits, and national security with technology developments, especially in how it relates to our competition against China. The question for all of us is why this matters. First, we are at the geopolitical crossroads, as many of the speakers already mentioned today. On one side, you have Russia and its actions against Ukraine, and on the other side, you have the Chinese intentions towards Taiwan. So we're facing two authoritarian regimes in two different continents at the same time. Second, when you look at everything regarding these two problems that we have today, you will see that technology is playing a central part in this situation. And in particularly, when you look at the Chinese leadership and the CCP intentions, who have understood for many years that the road to global dominance leads through achieving technological leadership in areas of AI, quantum, biotech, clean energy. Most of this were mentioned already today. CCP calls this the dominating the commanding heights, which means becoming a global leader on everything through the use of technology. They understand that these technologies will provide enormous economic advantages to those that manage to build and use them. A McKinsey study estimates that AI and other emerging tech could add up to $13 trillion to global GDP by the end of this decade. So as you all know, the impact of this for global societal and economic prosperity are unquestionable. But technology can also undermine our economies, our societies, and ultimately our security, if it's controlled and designed by countries such as China. More importantly, it will define global politics, as is right now, the world order, and our future. We need to ensure that democracies are organized to benefit from these massive economic gains, and that we do not let autocracies lead in invention, design, manufacturing, and rules that govern how emerging technologies are used. What losing to China would look like? As mentioned by previous speakers, we released a major report in September where we outlined what losing technology competition would look like. It would look in the following way. The world would be dominated by Chinese technologies. China would control the global digital infrastructure. It would control the next generation technology platforms. And it would control the new energy that is critical to transform our societies. So the question then is, why should we be concerned? Because this can happen. It's not a scientific fiction movie. China has a clear strategy, and that strategy has been determined, focused, and well-resourced. China has made its plans very clear about what they want to achieve with the technology leadership. They have a strategy called Made in China 2025. They want to be a global AI leader by 2030, and they want to dominate global standards by 2035. We are already seeing direct challenges to our economies and global infrastructure, and I'm sure all of you here are a testament to that. How did we get here? First, primarily we have been reactive on key technological battlegrounds. On AI, semiconductors, and 5G, the critical software, the hardware, and the network infrastructure that underpinned our future and the platforms we will rely on, all of this served as a wake-up call in this competition. We got really close to ceding strategic control of these key technological battlegrounds to China, and it can happen again. Second, Chinese intellectual property theft that was already mentioned by the Undersecretary is already costing us billions of dollars on both sides of the Atlantic. IP that China uses to build its domestic champions and distort global, your and our fair market competition. Our economy loses up to $600 billion annually from the PRC economic espionage and IP theft. It's costly to you as well in Europe. The European Commission itself has said that the scale of the Chinese IP theft makes China the EU's worst offender. This prevents businesses like yours from enjoying the benefits of their own trademark and patents, reduces incentives for innovation, and holds us back from technology breakthroughs and economic benefits. Third, we're witnessing the danger of dependence on a competitor with Russia's weaponization of energy dependence. So think ahead of how that digital and commercial dependence on China would look like. We don't want China to build our digital infrastructure, dominate the apps that run on it, and the standards that regulate, all going through Beijing. The question we face is this: as democratic societies, how do we avoid dependence? How do we stay ahead in critical technologies? And how do we reap the benefits of emerging tech for our societies and our economies in a way that support our democratic values. At the most basic level, we need to organize better for this competition, and I think your initiative is a step in the right direction. We need to expand on the unity we have around Ukraine to take on the global technology competition that we'll have against China. And I see three things we can do as part of the agenda as a transatlantic community to get around this issue. Point one, we have to harness new ways to innovate. Government-led innovation cannot work how it did during the Cold War. Those days are long gone. Governments don't dominate R&D or lead in innovation anymore, but they still play a role in shaping private sector priorities. The private sector runs faster than the public sector in technology, and we need to develop a new model for companies and government to align their efforts by deciding what technologies matter the most, where we need to invest, and who will make those investments. We need to drive advances into cutting-edge technologies that are crucial to our security and prosperity by incentivizing private sector investments with public policies that are in the right direction. The private sector is a strategic partner in this competition, and I think the attendance here is a demonstration of that commitment. All of you have a role to play in this. If one looks at what tech companies did and continue to do in Russia's war in Ukraine, there can be little doubt that they're a crucial partner in the contest against autocracies. My second point, we need to develop and preserve resilient economies. This will require a techno-industrial strategy with few key elements. Number one, production. Domestically and internationally, we need to secure access to critical inputs like rare earths, batteries, and semiconductors. Number two, people. Democracies need to invest in their future workforce by developing their citizens' digital skills and allowing talent to move freely within the democratic world. Three, protection. We need to run faster by investing in our own competitiveness, but also strengthen our protection tools to ensure our economies are safe from Chinese predatory actions. My last point. We have to coordinate these efforts more closely between allies, as this competition requires joint action to match the scale of the challenge. Our countries, democracies, need an alliance framework for democracies to organize in this competition and make sure our values and technologies shape the future. Our countries must marshal their resources to secure the digital infrastructure, the software, and the platforms that support everyday governance, commerce, and life. This means coordinating investments in strategic infrastructure, including in the third world countries, working on joint standards, and focusing on shared objectives by cultivating a rich ecosystem of universities, private sector, and academia. The strategic landscape has changed, and the conversation about competition and cooperation has to change too, and I think today is a step in the right direction for this. Failing behind any autocracies in artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies will be bad for our collective security, our companies, and ultimately our economies. We have our transatlantic differences, but we should not lose sight of transforming opportunities presented by these technologies if they are shaped by us, by our democratic governance, and our values. Now let me leave you with this. The best partnerships are mutually beneficial. The strongest partnerships are rooted in shared values. And the most important partnerships are those with a higher purpose. And I think in the Transatlantic Alliance, we can deliver partnerships in the current strategic environment that meet all three criteria. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this important issue with you, and I wish you best of luck. Thank you.
So thank you, Ili, for lots of food of thought. After this intense and very interesting opening session, I will hand the microphone over to Charles Litchfield, Deputy Director of the Center for Global Economics at the Atlantic Council. Charles, are you here? Yes, I see you. Thank you all.
Thanks very much. There will be a panel session in a short while, but first of all, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who'll be introducing our first panel on the purposes of the investment fund. So I'd like to call Giuseppina Di Foggia to the floor to make her presentation. Thank you.
Buongiorno. Good morning, Ambassador Mariangela Zappia, President Andrea Gumina, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited to introduce the first session today at the first US meeting of the Transatlantic Investment Committee for a number of reasons linked to my role as the Nokia Italy country manager, as well as executive of a global company with solid roots in the USA. Nokia is one of the most innovative companies in Italy and in the United States. So I feel today that I'm in the right place. The Transatlantic Investment Committee works to strengthen the bridge across the Atlantic, and at Nokia we create technology that helps the world act together. So I see natural synergies between our respective missions. We are a global company acting locally. Nokia is a major supplier of all the primary telecommunication providers in the United States and in Italy. And in both countries, we host the famous Bell Labs, headquartered in US, a formidable engine of innovation. Yes, innovation and emerging technologies are the buzzwords of today's meeting that I'm sure will be elaborated on in the speeches we are going to hear. Innovation is a lever for Western high-tech companies to prevail in the global market. One of the primary goals of our partnership here in the TIC is to maintain that leadership in innovation whilst keeping our liberal values of fair competition and open markets. Let me tell you a personal story. It was around 10 years ago, and we were competing in Italy for the first photonic WDM backbone. What do I mean? I mean an extensive network built with thousands of elements installed throughout Italy and transporting all the voice and internet traffic of one of the largest Italian operators. We were facing fierce competition from different vendors, and we wanted to convince our customers about our superior technology. At that time, I was the sales team leader, engaged night and day in that strategic opportunity. Aggressive offers, workshops, close customer relations, and trust were a part of the game, of course. But we knew they might not be enough to win. The game changer was the visit to American Bell Labs in Murray Hill, in New Jersey. Our customer realized how far ahead we were as enablers of innovation. They were looking to the future and seeking a long-term investment. Everything else was thanks to our optics research and development in Vimercate in Italy, which ensured the continuity of innovation after the initial network deployment. So, to end this story, the photonic backbone evolved over the years, of course, but we are still there as a sole vendor for our largest customer in Italy. And this is because we innovate and evolve to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. That is what Italy does. That is what the United States does. That is what Nokia does. There's actually another reflection I'd like to share with you today. We all know how the COVID-19 pandemic changed the world and our perception of the world. We have realized how vulnerable we are, and at the same time, we have understood more than ever just how dependent we all are on technology for the quality of our life and for the benefit of consumers and businesses. And if I consider the growing threat of climate change, I reach the same conclusion. As we say in Nokia, there is no green without digital. Again, innovation and collaboration is the name of the game for a sustainable ecosystem. It cannot be different if we consider other global challenges. The war in Ukraine, the geopolitical instability require an obsessive focus on cybersecurity by means of a common risk and threat assessment, strengthening transatlantic cooperation. In all of these crises, the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, war, and geopolitics, communities have perceived a sense of urgency, the sense of urgency mentioned by our ambassador. We all understood that we need to invest in technology infrastructure, but also in the human infrastructure. This is really key to me. The human infrastructure necessary to continue our leadership in innovation in Italy and in the United States. We need to invest in research and development, education, in science and technology, and development of a skilled workforce. We know that public investment is needed for building and developing infrastructures, while at the same time, private investors play a decisive role in financing strategic projects. I'm personally engaged in boosting public-private synergies in my country as the most effective way to plan and develop strategic investment to face current challenges. Finally, to keep pace with the technological innovation whilst ensuring that costs are sustainable, standardization plays a crucial role. Nokia believes a global approach to standardization and cooperation on both sides of the Atlantic is a must. In conclusion, we are navigating stormy seas, but we know the direction. Jointly, the EU and the US should lead globally to spread the benefits of sustainable and value-based digitalization to partners around the world to close the digital divide. Our common goals, our common values and commitment to democracy, international law, sustainable development, and human rights must be embedded in technology too. Given the geopolitical challenges that we are all aware of, this is now more important than ever. Thank you.
Thanks, Giuseppina, for that great speech, great introduction to our first panel. So I'd like to call to the podium Nicola De Masi, who's CEO of the DMY Technology Group. Nicole, thank you. Nicole Francis, who's VP and Global Head of Government Relations at ServiceNow. Pier Paolo Monti, Country Manager for the US and Americas at Intesa San Paolo. Alessandro Scortecci, Head of Strategy, Business Development and Sustainability at CDP Venture Capital. And last but not least, Mario, who's Chairman of Invest Industrial, Mario Platero, who's Chairman of Invest Industrial US. So you'll be dealing with me quite a lot today. I'll be chairing the second panel later, but this first panel is about the Transatlantic Investment Fund, which the committee is backing. What we're doing in this session is discussing how this fund could foster investments in scale-up companies and hold enabling, emerging, and breakthrough technologies from both sides of the Atlantic and encourage them. So panelists will be asked to talk about opportunities, challenges that they see in this proposition, and also try to identify a strategy we could put in place over the next 12 months. So I'm going to start with you, Niccolo. Thank you for participating. I think we'd all be very interested in what you could see, what you could say are the growth opportunities and challenges you see ahead for quantum computing, space, satellite, and water. Europe's just been through quite a big drought, a record-breaking drought, in fact, and also on energy technologies. So feel free to say something about what your company does, but also how you see opportunities in the fund. And since we're running slightly behind schedule, I'd ask all the panelists to keep their remarks to about 4 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll each shave 20% off, so 4 instead of 5. So I'm Nicolo. I run the best performing SPAC franchise in the US. It's a company called DMY Technology Group. I'm here primarily because I'm a physicist, an Italian citizen, and we've deployed about $2.5 billion in the past 3 years, taking companies public like IonQ, the world's first publicly traded quantum computing company, and a business called Planet Labs in San Francisco. Their websites are planet.com and ionq.com. And to be honest, I'm looking at continuing the trend in areas like energy and water, because I do think that not only does the country need it, but both of our countries need it. We don't need to spend any time probably on the concerns that all the prior introductory speakers have had and the world we live in. They are very real, but they are soluble with partnerships between universities, private capital, and government capital. My career, look, I've been on the board of about a dozen public companies. I currently sit on the board of 6 public companies. Many of them are in the pioneering sort of technology areas that today is about. And we'll continue to invest in these areas. But it strikes me, for those of you that are students of history, is quite interesting that we're at a juncture in history where while software was eating the world 5 years ago, and it continues to eat some bits of the world, all these areas we're talking about today involve hardware. And hardware is hard, okay? It's not only hard, it's expensive, there's inventory issues, there's fundamental science issues, and you also have to have the software on top of it, okay? I delivered something like $650 million in the IPO of the world's first quantum computing company last year, IonQ. Planet Labs we raised about $600 million for. And these are the kinds of sums that it takes, okay? You need to partner with phenomenal pieces of fundamental science, phenomenal universities, people that have devoted their lives to solving these problems. IonQ's founders have been at it for 25, 30 years. I went to Cambridge University, did physics undergrad and grad, and I remember studying the people that I took public 25 years later when I was in graduate school. Planet Labs is the world's largest satellite data company. It's run by a guy who's English and went to Oxford University. Terrible school that is, as you all know. But he's also devoted his life to trying to make satellites affordable, effective, and easily replaceable. And we're grateful these companies are in our sphere of influence generally. So my contribution to the day is this fund is vital. As much support as possible from both governments is vital. These sorts of figures, hundreds of millions of dollars, yes, they can come in a good IPO market. They can come in the private market, slowly but surely. But if you look at the history of hardware, and you look at things like the internet and DARPA and aerospace and fission, we need to figure out fusion. We need to win in the world of quantum computing. We need to win in the world of satellite data and space. And it absolutely takes government money. I'm delighted the Biden administration, put $2 billion into the budget this year for quantum computing. I'm on the board of a company that has a partnership and some revenue as a result of that. IonQ. Italy, I hope, will do the same thing. And I would urge everybody that can play a role in this to carry that message back to our new leadership, our new government in Italy, and make sure that we keep flying the flag here on that front. Because the difference between us and the governments that were described previously is they put enormous sums directly into hardware, directly into these areas. Larger sums than we do. We are relying on private industry, and private industry has stepped into the void, but there's a limit to how fast and how far it can go. So we need more, and I hope this fund is enormous. I hope this fund is as big as the SoftBank Vision Fund. I hope it's a $100 billion fund, not a $100 million fund.
Thank you. So we move straight from hardware on. Thanks, Nicola. We move straight from hardware onto digital transformation with Nicole. We're very interested also in your opinion on how digital transformation can make governments work better and how it ties in with what this fund can do.
Absolutely.
think it's working.
Working. Well, first of all, I just wanted, on behalf of our CEO, Bill McDermott, and our 20,000 employees around the world, 100 of which are in Italia, we are so delighted to be here, and thank you for allowing us to contribute to this critically important discussion. As we all know, digital transformation is here, and it's critically important that businesses and government make IT strategy part of its overall operating strategy. And ways to do that is by focusing on people. I know that we are talking about hardware and software and funds, but what's critically important are the people who all of us serve. Mr. President, we spoke earlier about the critically important citizen services that need to be delivered throughout your region and around the entire country. And that means how your government employees operate and execute the processes, how the residents are served. If there are issues in the various cities that they live in, they should be able to use modern technology to have their issues resolved. And so I know that you said that we have 4 minutes, and I will try to stick to that as well, but digital transformation can modernize operations, your people, and the services. Cybersecurity is critically important. Knowing what hardware you have within your government agencies and ministries. Deputy Minister, good to see you. And so we have a platform called the Now platform that has the capability of transforming all of these sorts of services. And looking forward to talking more about that later. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There will be an opportunity for questions, of course. If anyone wants to go into any detail on the issues Nicole raised, there will be an opportunity, don't worry. We move straight on to Pierpaolo, who's from Intesa. I believe you're involved in something called the NEVA Fund. So how would the NEVA Fund tie in with this broader effort of fostering transatlantic investment in strategic sectors? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Charles. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thanks to the Embassy and thanks to the founders and promoters of this initiative for having me today. It may be a little bit counterintuitive what a commercial bank has anything to do with innovation and with especially startups and scale-ups, because they are traditionally considered non-bankable entities, right, because of the very early stage of their development. But basically, we as a bank, being one of the most important financial institutions in Europe and probably the most important in Italy, years ago, our top management decided to create a unit, which today is a separate legal entity, fully owned by the group, to be fully devoted to support innovation in the country. Basically, they realized at the time that innovation within the bank, but also within Italy, was, let's say, facilitated in different parts of the bank and in a very fragmented way within the country. And the value that we could bring to the country in this space was to become an actor that facilitates innovation. So they created this company. They put together about 70 people that work on a full-time basis to facilitate innovation and to help innovation in the country. What they do? Basically, they conduct a little number of laboratories in which they conduct applied research upon request of certain corporations that need to understand certain trends in technology. They develop internal innovation that is then given to for example, our IT department. They help startups. They run several programs every year in which they invite startups in certain verticals, in certain industry, to apply for becoming eligible to be then assisted by the bank in their development phase. And overall, in the last years, they have analyzed more than 3,600 startups, and they have, at the end of the program, selected 600, which is about 1 out of 6, and that became eligible to be assisted by the bank with financial assistance, networking assistance, coaching, and a number of other tools that can help them to thrive. And then we come to NEVA. NEVA is a venture capital fund that was launched years ago by the bank. Actually, Neva is an asset manager that they actually manage 3 funds today. Overall, the committed capital is more than 250 million euro, and a part of that, significant part, has already been invested. We as a bank have a significant, skin in the game, because a big part of this money is our money, and they basically invest in startups and scale-ups through the work of a very, very knowledgeable investment committee, which is a key component in this field to have the technological, understanding of what we invest. So basically the idea, and I conclude, the idea is on one side to rely on our key penetration in the Italian market that put us in a great position to be a bridge between the supply and demand of innovation. We have more than 1 million clients in the corporate, in the business space, going from small entities to big corporations, and that put us in a very naturally in a position to bridge the gap. And I believe this work is extremely beneficial for the entire industrial system of Italy.
Thanks very much. We have Sandro of CDP Venture Capital. Could you tell us, in 4 minutes, of course, everyone's sticking to the rules so far, thank you so much, how you see the venture capital scene having evolved in Italy recently, and what prospects you see for the venture capital scene in Italy. Of course, if you could tie it into our idea of an investment fund, that would be even better. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much. And thanks a lot, Ambassador, for having us and having me especially. Thank you, Andrea, for organizing all these great events. At CDP Venture Capital, we started working about 3 years ago with the mission to develop the venture capital system in Italy. Historically, we've been punching below our weight in terms of invested capital, and I see Nicolò nodding. We were investing about 600 million per year, which is a far cry from the several billions of France and Germany. So we were born to fix this problem. We're given some capital from GDP, some capital from the government. We brought it up to about 1.8 billion assets under management that we're managing today. We built a platform of about 10 funds that invest basically across the startup life cycle, going from tech transfer all the way to late stage, both in startups directly as well as in funds. And in these about 36 months, we've deployed about half of that capital, so above 950 million. The largest part indirectly, so in fund managers like Neva, like others in the country, and the remainder in technology transfer hubs. We've actually built 5 technology transfer hubs in strategic areas like technology for sustainability and robotics. So we're going to find the best projects, the best researchers around the country. We help them to finance their research and bring that to become a patent or a startup. So we're building a transmission chain from the research world that we have in Italy, which is very strong, one of the best in the world, but it hasn't been able to transfer that technology into startups yet. We've invested in about 18 accelerator programs, again, across the country. We're bringing managers from abroad, from Italy, that help operate these programs so that we can select the best startups in areas like climate change, cybersecurity, fintech, and so on and so forth, to professionalize and become more mature startups that can then go on the market and get funded, right? We've invested in about 20 fund managers, both first-time team, first-time fund, as well as established funds. So as a result of all these activity, I think the market is finally developing, is finally maturing. In 2021, we managed to get to about 1.9 billion of invested capital, a big portion of which was actually coming from international investors. And this is actually a very important point, also why we're here. In 2022, we're already at 1.9 billion, and we're looking at closing the year about 2.5 billion, right? So we're still a far cry from where we could be and where our markets are, but I think we're moving in the right direction. And I think the TIC initiative, I think it's very welcomed in terms of having an additional way of catalyzing capital from the US, from Europe, towards Italy, but also helping Italian startups, Italian fund managers to go beyond our national borders and become more part of this global world, which is innovation today.
Thanks so much. Last but not least, we're going to hear from Mario Patero, who's the chairman of Invest Industrial US. How do you think a transatlantic investment fund could accelerate industrial competitiveness, strategic autonomy? Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for having us, and to the organizers. It's a great opportunity to chat about this, and I think I can bring the experience of a private transatlantic fund, Invest Industrial. It's a private equity that has been established in the mid-90s by Andrea Bonomi. It's a fund that relied originally on family money. It was like a family office, and then gradually started to bring up credibility to have access to American funds. Today, we have about $11 billion under management invested into assets, diversified assets. We have a few billions invested here in the United States. We just recently, this past summer, concluded a couple of important deals, one in the food industry, by getting the private label division of Treehouse, which is a multinational company based in Chicago. We bought also Parker Food, and then later in the summer we have invested, we got the majority of Italy, 52%, so that is quite a powerful brand, and of course we hope to expand it here in the United States. But besides this, there are, I would say, four main points that we have experienced that are key thinking about a transatlantic fund that should develop over here, which is A, it's important to get funding. Most of our funding comes from United States investors, pension funds, endowments funds, and in a way we act as then a conduit to bring foreign investments into Italy, into investing into Italian companies, which is one of the objectives, of course, of several governments in Italy in the past several years. So funding is number one. Number two is the market. The market here is huge, and the opportunity to export from Italy into this market is key. We do that at different levels. Our control companies, of course, work directly on their own. One of our assets is Industrial Design Holdings, which has underneath B&B Italia, Floss, and several other designing companies. They all have their own operation over here, and they're managed independently under a chief executive officer who is based in Italy. So moving into the more high-tech aspect of it, well, I can give you a preview of something that is about to be announced. We have created a platform for medical devices. It's about 4 companies, 3 in Italy, 1 over here in the US. It's very high-tech. I mean, of course, digital is a very general term, but it's applied across the board in every industry. This is an industry that requires a high level of precision in manufacturing these devices that then are sold to big companies that then market them in the world. Finally, in the food industry, I was mentioning before, within that sector, we have a company called CSM that operates in ingredients. We bought in Italy a smaller company. It was a startup called High Food, and that is operating into elaborating new ingredients, plant-based ingredients. So, you know, there is the environment that has taken into consideration, of course, the digital aspect. There is innovation, as we were saying before, in several industries. We also own jacuzzi. Now, that seems very hardware, and very old style, but of course innovation and high tech needs to apply to everything. We're in the process of developing a revolutionary process to bring cleanup systems, not through chemical, but through infrareds. And that also will be a bit of a revolution, we hope, for our products. So here we are. I think I'm done, and Mike, to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So there's a tradition in Washington, D.C. that the chair gets to ask the first question. I will ask that question, but then please do prepare, audience, to ask whichever questions you might have for the panel. I used to be a political risk analyst. Now I'm very happy to be working at the Atlantic Council. We're a knowledge partner of this organization or this conference, which is very exciting. But as a political analyst, writing about Europe, write about Italy sometimes. And one thing that was sort of saving grace for Italy when things were a bit more difficult, and I'm happy to see that that is no longer the case, but the saving grace was the savings of Italian households. Savings of Italian households were very above average compared to the neighboring countries in Europe. We've heard a lot about US investment into Italy, but I'd be interested to hear how we can unlock some of those savings in Italian households and make sure they're put into competitive strategic industries in Italy and in the US. How do we get these savings of Italian households into this fund? And then I'd also very curious to hear what are the underestimated, unknown synergies between the Italian economy and the US economy? What are we not talking about that is actually working very well, that is an underappreciated benefit of the US and the US and Italy working harder together? So that question can go to anyone here. Nicole.
I think that one of the items that we are not talking about enough is just about what works. The benefit of the partnership between Italy and the U.S. is that we can share best practices. We can seek to have harmonization, and so, for example, we are proud to have over 100 customers in Italy, a combination of commercial and government customers, and they use our platform in a variety of ways. And one of those ways that we know that it's working in the U.S. and it can be impacted also in Italy, Madam Ambassador, is with the military. We know that housing is a big problem for our servicemen and women on post and privatized housing. And the beauty of our platform is that it is nimble and flexible, and apps can be built and developed and catered to the needs of our servicemen and women, and frankly any customer that needs a system or process to be modernized. And so we have a tremendous partnership with the Army here in the U.S., and such that if a servicemen and women and their families have a problem with their housing, they can use their app, Andrea, and can create the workflow, create the process so that their problems can get resolved quickly versus going to find their base commander, signing up on an Excel chart what the problem is, and waiting who knows how long to get their problems resolved. And so we have this wonderful partnership with the Army, and this can be scaled. It can be scaled with the Department of Defense in Italy, which we are proud to work with on a number of other solutions, and it can be applied to other housing with colleges and universities, and it can also help, as you mentioned, cost savings. It can help the government save money. You can actually track the inventory that's being used to replace the light bulb or some sort of fixture, or mold remediation, which we're hearing is common. And so it saves the government money. It helps save citizens money in the areas of healthcare. But just sharing those best practices. What's working? How does it work? Cybersecurity is another area. How can we communicate more with info sharing, share assets, and explain what's happening so that we can prevent a lot of the attacks that are happening? So those are some of the areas that I think, where we have opportunities to enhance our partnership. And I think that the TIC is a great way to start.
Great, thank you. Nicola.
Let me take a crack at your two questions. So very quickly, what's working well? Academic partnerships work well between the U.S. and Italy. And we can do better on that front. What needs to go better is the funding of great Italian research. And I hope that the CDP, CDP can help on that one, and I'm happy to also help take your portfolio companies to the next level with a lot of capital. How do we unlock quickly, all the savings? And that's been a noted phenomenon for about 30 years, I think, in Italy, kind of keeping things solvent longer. In some cases, I might think it would be. We need, honestly, our Ambassador, please take back the new administration like we need a sovereign wealth fund. That's what you need to do. So there, $1 trillion. I like to think big. $100 billion is my opening mark, but like $1 trillion is about what it takes to put yourself on the world stage and change the trajectory in areas like quantum computing, satellite data, energy, water technologies, and so on. I would propose, if possible, that the government provides some sort of a backstop on risk and return so that people can put those savings into the sovereign wealth fund. But you guys on the other side of the stage know that diversification is the mother of safety here, ultimately, right? I'm in the less diversified, bigger dollars, sort of arena. You guys can diversify, a lot. And whether it's $100 billion or $1 trillion, providing some sort of a bond backstop of return so that people know that at the end of the day, those savings are not going to go away would unlock a huge amount of liquidity and move this initiative forward and move, frankly, the country forward. And it can be part of the new sort of solve a number of other issues fund that's going on and the thinking that's going on right now.
Thanks.
About channeling investments and savings into, let's say, the startup and scale-up space, that's challenging. That's challenging because, as you know, the investments of the Italian families are traditionally in the public market and not in the private market. There is a very tight regulation in Italy preventing financial intermediaries for advising, and there is a lot of investor protection regulation. So that's challenging. So I don't think that direct investment will ever be in the near future an opportunity, but indirect investment could be, right? So we need to develop intermediaries that can be asset managers, and they have to select the investment. They have to achieve the financial diversification that is necessary for the private customers to invest. And the second key point is crowdfunding. I think that in Italy we are seeing the development of a few very important crowdfunding platforms. One of them, Back to Work, is sponsored and supported by our bank. And this is a channel which can be very effective because the individual the single ticket for the investors is very small. Every investor needed to have a certain degree of diversification. And the platform is obliged to provide a lot of information about every single startup and scale-up that is available for purchasing. So this is a tool that, if well explained to the investor, can be a facilitator to begin a process in this direction.
Thank you. Mindful that we want to ask the audience for their questions, but if you'd want to provide an example.
I guess just one take on the sovereign wealth fund and how do we catalyze more funding. I think we don't necessarily have a sovereign wealth fund, right? We have on one side GDP, which manages private savings. On the other side, we have actually 1 trillion euros in pension funds, right? Which are mostly allocated to fixed income, right? Yep. So even if we could manage to unlock some of that capital towards investment managers that are focusing on private equity, venture capital, I think that would definitely go a long way.
We agree.
Thanks so much. Quick answer.
Just a quick thing about the funding, which is, as Pierpaolo was saying, there are lots of limits, but also looking forward, we found out that this is a period which is quite difficult to get funding because of the political instability. All investors are very cautious. For the time being, they've withdrawn. They are just waiting to see what happens. So we are at a moment where it's going to be relatively difficult, and therefore the need to protect the small investor is even bigger in a way, especially from pension funds that are based in Italy. We've talked to some of them, and we know that they are in a position of sort of wait and see. But yes, it would be ideal, fantastic, if we could get $1 trillion sovereign fund, which is more or less half of the Italian GDP, but maybe we can still do it.
You can start with 100 billion. Okay?
Thank you. So I'm going to take a few questions in a row. Please make sure they're questions and they're brief. And if you wouldn't mind identifying yourself before you ask the question. Sir, you were very enthusiastic to ask the first.
No, I didn't see. Sorry, I didn't see him coming with the. So my name is Gianluca Galletto. I am now work as an advisor to different startups, and I was the head of commerce for New York City, for dealing all with tech companies. My question is, I really, part of it has been answered by Niccolò on the Sovereign Wealth Fund, but I think, and I want to hear what your opinion is, that my opinion is that it's not a problem of funding in Italy and also in general, because as venture capital, there's a flood of venture capital. New York alone had $55 billion in 2021. I think there's a lack of investment pool. There are not many startups in Italy. The ecosystem is small. And so how can you make them grow, and also why the public sector, and I know it's been changing very much, what can they do to improve it? And because every other country I've seen, from the Nordics, the Netherlands, Germany, France, they've done a much better job than we have done until 2 or 3 years ago with CDP.
Thank you. Any other questions? Why is everyone so shy? Right. While you think about it, it is a very good question, but I'm sure we could have some others in the audience. So who would like to take a crack at that first question? Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'll take that. You want to start? All right. Well, so I think that we don't necessarily have a lack of startups. We actually have about 14,500 startups in Italy, which is not a lot, below what France and Germany have, right? I think what has been happening is, our startups were generally smaller because they did not have access to funding, and so and they weren't as professionalized as startups in other countries, right? So part of what we're doing is, on one side, helping startups become more professionalized through accelerator programs, so that the ones that we actually have are better managed and can grow and can get funding from the market. On the other side, we're helping through the tech transfer fund that we have, we're helping the birth of new startups, right? So making sure that we actually get high quality, deep tech startups coming out of the research world that we have in our country. And I think the other thing is, linking to the point about there's a lot of VC money in New York and elsewhere around the world. I think historically they haven't been looking at the Italian market as a, stable market and also a very transparent market, right? It's probably like one of the last markets that they've been thinking about because it wasn't as developed and as transparent and as easy to navigate as other markets, right? I think we're trying to help that change by also co-investing with international partners that are coming to Italy, and making sure that we educate the world about the qualities and the opportunities of our market.
Thank you. Yes, Gianluca, startups are great. They're very important to fund them, but it's also important to think how to bring a startup into its next stage. A startup, it's fine, but many of them fail. The key is to help and to nurture startups. And that is what we have done, for example, with HiFood. HiFood is the result of an effort between the University of Parma and a couple of local entrepreneurs. And we have brought it into CSM, that does the ingredients, and we are nurturing it. We just invested into a major plant near Parma, which cost several million, tens of millions of euros. They would not have been able to do it. So we give them the funds and the technology and the market where they can grow. And the same is for some of the others. The platform that I told you we are building, there are 3 startups. Now, independently, there are 4 actually, but 3 are in Italy and 1 is in the US. They are small companies. We put them together into a platform. Together, they now have a platform of about $80 million revenues. Before they were much smaller. Together, they can expand into the US, thanks to the US pillar that we have, 3 Italian companies, 3 startups in Italy and 1 over here. And the objective within a few years is to bring sales to about $300-400 million of revenue. So let's not just think about starting the startup, but let's think about nurturing them and make sure that they can do well in a world market.
Thank you. Nicole and Niccolo both want to say something.
And to piggyback off of that, as we think about these macroeconomic trade winds that we are experiencing, we can't forget that digital transformation tailwinds, I think, outpace what we're experiencing with the economy. And so if we're going to really focus on these startups so that they are contributing to this global economy that we need to grow, companies like ours, like ServiceNow, we work with local startup companies so that our platform can be integrated much faster with our customers. And so we can't forget that. And what I love about our company is that we don't just go into countries and sell our solutions on our platform and leave. We actually help invest in the local economy, in the country, by partnering with local integrators, which are many of those are local integrators. They're startups. We also train this next generation of those graduate students and those who need to be reskilled by partnering with universities and partnering with other companies. And so that's how we feed those startup companies so that they're actually thriving and contributing. And so those are my thoughts.
Thanks.
Okay, so my ask and homework assignment for the government, if you have chances, be a customer, right? So one of the most powerful things you can do, and the Biden administration did a good job on saying, hey, we're going to spend $2 billion a year on quantum computing. Being a customer enables the capital and the companies to get formed. So if Italy can say we're going to be, like the government's going to be a customer in these 4 or 5 strategic areas, whether it's his fund, my fund, his fund, foreign capital, domestic capital, it will happen. Because revenue is the main thing startups want to get in the first 3 years, and it's the kind of guarantee that you guys can supply.
Thank you. Do we have another question? We do, sir. So we'll take your question, sir, and Madam Ambassador as well. We'll start with Madam Ambassador then. Thank you.
Just a comment. First of all, I'm registering your ideas and your suggestions, of course. Just a comment, also the institutions are doing something precisely to provide an environment for startups to understand how an ecosystem works and what they should do. And I think we are doing something which is very new, at least for our system, which is the creation of this innovation center in San Francisco is starting its work right now. I think the director of the center is somewhere there, and I would love him to say a few words on that, because we really understood that we have a problem of understanding, of knowledge, of training, and the Innovation Center in San Francisco will work, of course, is the ecosystem that works there, will work also for the rest of the US, and it will work looking at Italy and being an attraction for startup to try.
Thank you. So if we could pass the microphone to the director. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for pulling me in. It's great. So yes, we just launched an Innovation and Tech Hub. Actually, this week, we're starting to starting the promotion around the world. We want to actually create a bridge between Italy and Silicon Valley. Our first focus is really to grow the startup ecosystem in our country. So definitely work with venture funds, with accelerators all around the US, but also our small and medium enterprises. That's another huge asset that we have. We have technology, like sustainability is definitely one of those. And we also understand that there is some gap in the US economy in terms of what we can offer to the US industry. And so that's what we also want to do. Then corporates is another big topic. We have some corporate customers in Italy, like Enel, ENI, that are already present in San Francisco. And this is a kind of a starting point that we want to grow and expand. So that's actually what we're going to do. Actually, hope that whoever is in San Francisco can visit us. The center is really beautiful. It's a 12,000 square feet co-working space. And yeah, we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Could you just remind us your name and the name of your
Alberto
organization?
Ascipio, and the organization is Innovate.
Wonderful. And if the microphone could go to Sir.
San Francisco, and I was about to let you know, but Madam Ambassador, thank you so much for saying that we are doing something very important with the Italian government. So I'm Sergio Strozzi, the Italian Consul General in San Francisco. I recognize the director of our innovation center at Innovate. Is a new thing. Actually, we've opened it some month ago, but we are starting right now with programs for startups and enterprises. I actually have a question for you. I was talking to one of the most important partners of a very important investment fund in San Francisco some time ago, and he was saying to me, talking about attraction of foreign investment to Italy. He said to me, Consul, if you had data about graduates in engineering, informatics, computer sciences of Italy, you could go around and talk about that to American big tech companies, and that would be of major importance for them to invest more in Italy. What do you think about talents in Italy? Could it be another way to attract investments? Thank you.
I'll make one comment. I'll pass it to you fine folks. I always believe that what's lacking in a lot of European countries relative to the U.S. university experience is sort of infrastructure and facilities. It's not the brain power. We do really well on theory. And this is true for Cambridge and Italy's best schools as well. There's no doubt in my mind that the kinds of problems we're trying to solve to tackle energy, quantum computing, satellite data, water, it's fundamental science. And it's coming out of universities, right? So this is a great moment in history for government-university partnerships. I think that Italy is going to contribute, by the way, to these solutions, either with talent that flows to the companies that get funded, so indirectly, so to speak, or directly by that talent flowing to Italian companies that get funded there.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add one thing. We'd love at ServiceNow to partner with you in this effort. And as you mentioned, all of these various sectors, a lot of these solutions can be developed through app development. We know that studies have shown that over the next, 10 to 15 years, 700 million apps will need to be developed. And ServiceNow just announced yesterday a program called Rise Up, which will enable people who are at startup companies or graduate students, engineers, et cetera, to learn how to build on our platform now. The research is critically important as well, but what we also know is that people who we all serve in various capacities need help. They need resources and opportunities, training, and jobs now. And so we can partner with universities to train on how to develop these apps. If you look at your phone and how many apps you have on your phone, many of those apps have been just developed overnight or within a matter of days. If there's another pandemic, apps will need to be developed right away for testing, tracking, tracing, educating, et cetera. So through these public-private partnerships, like the Transatlantic Investment Committee and the fund, this is how we resolve these challenges, which I often call opportunities, so that we can get this global economy growing in the way that we want to, get people working again, we get startups thriving, and that's how we win.
Thanks. So if we could have conclusive remarks from Paolo, Alessandro, and Mario, and then it will be time for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. One comment on this very interesting question. It's the same experience as we are having. We don't lack as a country knowledge and skills at, let's say, university level, research centers level. We have a lot of know-how, a lot of creativity, and certainly this is a great asset that we should leverage on that. What we lack as a country, as a system, was, I believe, a framework to facilitate innovation and a number of tools that can help innovators to manage the transition between this pure startup or idea level to a business development, right? If we think at ecosystems, and we have a number of ecosystems now in Italy, and that they were mentioned before, and we as a bank, but also CDP do, I believe, especially in certain areas of Italy, a great work in trying to develop ecosystems. We never felt the need to go abroad to find the scientific partner of those initiatives, right? We always found excellent skills in the local university, in the local research centers. It's the other way around, actually. Certain Italian ecosystems, like the smart mobility in Turin, or the bioeconomy in Naples, or in Florence, the agri-food, they are attracting foreign startups, right? Many programs that we launched, and I'm sure this is also the case for CDP, have attracted foreign startup who came and applied for the program, and some of them became eligible. So that means that the framework in the Italian, let's say, science space is...
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll double that on that point. I think, you know, as CDP Venture Capital, we're very much focused on investing in deep tech startups because we have a competitive advantage on that, right? We missed the boat of digital several years ago. We don't have the market size to, you know, follow that boat anymore. But we do have a competitive advantage in terms of, you know, talent and scientific capabilities and research. Most of the startups that we're investing in are you know, strong deep tech startups, and that's also where international money can come in. And we're seeing interest from international funds looking at our startups exactly because of that point. So, you know, more than happy to to work on that with you.
Thanks. Mario.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 points. One, Italy is doing a lot in terms of bringing out the talents. Both Politecnico in Milan and Politecnico in Torino have developed a partnership to startups, you know, a bit like it happens here in the United States. So that is very important. But I would like to make a point that that could not be the selling point, the quality of our students. And, you know, they are extraordinary. They come to the US, then they stay because, you know, the brain drain works very well. And by the way, it's a good thing because they get the experience and then often they bring it back or they stay here as antennas. But in the end, the bottom line is what counts. So the new Transatlantic Fund, yeah, may use, you know, the high quality of that, but in the end, someone will invest if they see that there is a return and a track record. So it's very important to keep that in mind. Last point, that this has not been addressed, but there was many years ago the Sun Belt here in the United States that brought a great development to the south. We have not spoken about southern Italy. I think it would be very important to address some of these investments and funds towards southern Italy. I would call it the Sun Tech. We need that development. We have those resources, both intellectual and very capable people there. So considering the public-private mission of the fund, let's keep that in mind. I think it would be very important. Thank you. Thank you all.
So, thank you very much. Before we... There will be an opportunity to applaud the excellent panelists again. We'll be meeting again in an hour for the second panel, but now it's time for lunch. I'm very happy that we've managed to make some deals on the podium today already. The deal I want to see is solving Nicole's mold problem with the technology of the infrared jacuzzi. I think that could be even better. So thank you for listening. We meet in an hour again, and thank you again to the excellent panelists. Thank you.
speaker who's going to give us some introductory remarks on this topic. So I'm very happy to welcome Paolo Tedeschi, who's the Director for Regional Competitiveness of the Tuscany region, and he's also the representative of the Conference of Italian Regions in the National Committee for Foreign Direct Investment. So, Mr. Tedeschi, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm just using a chronometer because asking an Italian speaker to start an afternoon section is always a dangerous move, so I will try to keep my time and avoid to go beyond the allowed 10 minutes. Okay, so thank you for the organizers, to the organizer for the Transatlantic Investment Committee. It's a pleasure to be here, hosted at this nice Italian embassy in Washington. I think that the topic that has been discussed this morning and now in this session within this first US meeting of the TIC initiative is very important in this time in particular. So I have been already introduced, but let me add a few words because here with us in the front line there is the President of Tuscany, Mr. Eugenio Gianni. Thank you. We are here with an Italian, with a Tuscan, delegation. There is also Mr. Antonio Mazzeo, who is the President of the Regional Council of Tuscany. And also the speaker for the opposition parties, Mr. Marco Bellandi. Okay. So having said that, this is my regular job, being the Director for Economic Competitiveness of Tuscany. But I have also a secondary hat, as mentioned, because the conference, the Italian Conference of Regions, has a member that is part of a national committee called Comitato Attrazione Investimenti Esteri. It's a national committee for dealing with the foreign direct investments. And it is a technical committee in charge of making advice to the government about policies, tools, and also how to synchronize, this is the title of this session, to synchronize efforts and tools to boost industrial co-investments. So it is a technical committee that, depending on the guidelines from the different governments, can play an important role. And I'm sure that Mr. Fedriga, who is the president of the Italian Conference of Regions and will speak in the second session of this afternoon, will add some more in relation also to the Transatlantic Investment Committee. So, getting to some initial remarks, I think that competitiveness of regions, but somehow of also American states, depends on the presence of effective frameworks with rules and enabling also public-private partnership, such as the ones that should be fostered by the Transatlantic Investment Committee as a platform enabling new transatlantic investments. Having said that, the point is that probably attraction, the attractivity of local areas depends very much on the capabilities of ensuring a true coordination among the different entities, the different investment promotion agencies or roles in both public administrations, whether they are US administrations or Italian ones. And this is something that we cannot give for granted, because at all levels, the attractiveness of foreign direct investments needs this kind of coordination. It is required between the national entities and the local, whether they are Italian regions or US states. It is also a horizontal coordination that is required, because very often the platform of public actors dealing with investments is very crowded, and so there is the risk of overlapping. And it is, of course, also needed between public policies, public actors, and of course the private investors. And this is something that has to be built physically and it requires a lot of work. And for what concerns Italy, we know that the organization dealing with foreign direct investments at the local level is not the same one moving from one region to another one. In Tuscany, for instance, President Gianni decided to have a full department dedicated to competitiveness. And so this means that we deal with a specific office called Invest in Tuscany with foreign investors, but we manage at the same time economic crisis concerning different kind of companies, of course, and we manage also the planning of European funds. And this is a method of working and providing the synchronization between tools and policies that is the subject of this topic, and that will have also the contributions from the other speakers that will follow after me. But this kind of model is not the only one that is present in Italy, because there are other regions that outsource this function of working with foreign investors to technical agencies or in-house companies, or even involving the Chamber of Commerce, for example. Such, for instance, the region of Lombardy works this way. So the question is that, is there a model that works better than the other? The answer is no, because every region makes his own habit for dealing with a very complex job that is attracting, maintaining, and consolidating foreign investments in our territories. But regardless of the model, the key is still coordination, because there are many actors involving also the industrial associations, for example, that need to collaborate in order to have successful investments. And even when we talk about R&D projects, for instance, at the end, the investments go into a physical location. And this is very important, because sometimes there is also the temptation to drive the tools, the policies for direct investments, for foreign direct investments, only at national level. This is something, in our experience, dangerous, because then there are issues, environmental issues, planning issues, all sorts of physical and technical and local problems that require this kind of coordination. I will not go along this line anymore, but when this coordination is not present, then we have problems also in terms of reputation and credibility in the eyes of investors. So why I stressed this topic of coordinations very much? Because I think it has to deal with the role that the Transatlantic Investment Committee can play for fostering transatlantic relationship, of course. And I think that as this coordination means a public value, in this field, the TIC initiative can bring a real added value. Of course, there are some questions to be addressed, and we had a meeting between the technical committee of the region and Mr. Andrea Gumina and others of the TIC initiative, because there are questions that need to be answered in order to work and have this kind of coordination also between the regions, for example, the Italian regions and the Transatlantic Investment Committee. So what is the nature of this initiative? We heard that it will take the shape of a foundation. This is a good thing, because the game is clear, the rules of engagements will be clear, of course, and there needs to be reciprocity between the added value provided on the two sides of the Atlantic, of course. So, getting to a conclusion, I think that the Transatlantic Investment Committee, from the point of view regions, can be really an added value and a new player, allowing this kind of coordination I was trying to stress out. And for instance, I see it as a key player providing a role of moral persuasion also between all the public entities, the US government, the Italian government, the federal states, the regions, the technical agencies involved in the big game of fostering and attracting investments on the two sides of the ocean. And this is, I think, the common challenge and also an open question to the floor after hearing the contributions in this session, because if also collaborating with the Transatlantic Investment Commission, we can fill the gaps on the two sides of the ocean, then we will have an additional common ground, and then the tools provided also by the TIC initiative can be really valuable. Let me finish by quoting yesterday, we had a dinner. We are also here for the National Italian American Foundation, NIAF, events that take place in the same days here in Washington. Then the US Secretary for Commerce, Mr. Raimondo, stressed that in this time, alliances are even more important because of all what is happening at the geopolitical level after the pandemic, with some areas, for instance, Europe, where the cost of energy is a real matter, okay? So I think that the Transatlantic Investment Committee can play a real role also considering those challenges that we have to face. Keeping in mind one thing, one final word, and I will finish, that building credibility in the matter of attracting foreign direct investments requires a lot of work, and once again, I stress a lot of coordination at all levels, even public-private relationships. Losing this credibility is just a matter of a second. Okay, so we all need to be aware that we are dealing with a very complex topic, a challenging one, but this is the way for ensuring economic development in the future across the Atlantic. Thank you.
Thanks, Paolo. And now for session 2, I'd like to welcome to the floor, to the podium, Barbara Beltrame, the Vice President of Confindustria. We also have Giovanna De Pozzo, President of Promos Italia. Carolina Lonetti, who's the Chief Export Finance and Internationalization Officer of Semest. We have Elizabeth Schaefer, who's the Director for Investment Research at Select USA, the Department of Commerce. And Garrett Workman, who is the Executive Director, Europe at the US Chamber of Commerce. Can you hear me from here? Okay, good. So this session is looking at synchronizing efforts and tools to boost co-investments. The future of competitiveness does require frameworks to smoothen all of this. Hopefully, the fund will be part of that. But I mean, it's quite fashionable to talk about crowding in institutions. Quite often, reports from think tanks like mine talk about investments that should be coordinated. Sometimes I wonder who should actually make these decisions, or whether it should just be left to markets instead of governments making decisions. But I think here we're here to discuss just the right level, the sweet spot between government guidance, strategic foresight, especially in the times we're living, and also maintaining a role for markets, because that's important. So we're going to start with Barbara. Barbara, excuse me, wrong piece of paper. Barbara, what's your view on fostering transatlantic industrial cooperation? What actions do you deem useful that the fund could take part in? Or more widely, what do you think is needed?
Okay.
And if you could keep your remarks to 4 minutes, I'd be most grateful.
Okay.
Usually I'm very short, so don't worry. Actually, as you know, Confindus have a long story with the transatlantic countries, and and we think that the TIC now, in this moment, will be very important for three reasons. The first one is the timing, because for now that we have this crisis, this very difficult time, we need actually companies need concrete action and very fast action. I think this is very important. The second one is focusing, because it's very important to promote innovative tools. For example, the startup companies sometimes have difficult times to come here in the US because they are not facilitated with the money or something like that. So most of the time, and with the TIC, I think this coordination will be fantastic. And it's consistent also because in the spirit of the transatlantic spirit. That I think is very important. And also I think that this instrument can help the USA company and the European company to communicate much better together, because we need more strong relationship between them. I know that we have a lot, but more and more now that in this difficult moment.
So coordination.
Coordination. Is,
communication.
Yeah, communication.
How do you think we can encourage information to be shared better?
I think with missions, absolutely. So companies must come here and the other way, because with missions, all the company can understand how the state work and also how the companies work. Another important thing is the tax. The duties, actually, it's better to say. We need to reduction to eliminate because for companies are very difficult to I mean, the small, medium companies spend a lot of time and money to understand and with the duties of the Americans. So if we can arrange something or limit the duties, will be very nice, will be useful for our companies. And also we have another, how you say, buying American, that is that is not very easy for us. It's completely difficult, and is you are not expect to come here for small and medium companies. So yes,
so the market access question, which I think is a very important question for anyone selling into the US, something that this administration is quite conservative about. They're much more interested in talking about regulatory harmonization, perhaps, than
also
opening market access. But hopefully your message will be heard. Giovanni, you want to tell us a little bit about Fromos Italia, how you think you can contribute to this discussion. So the floor is yours.
Yes. Before greetings to Mariangela Zappia, Andrea Gumina, and my co-regional Lamberto Moruzzi. And I extend the greetings to my president, Union Camere, Andrea Prete. Well, Fromos Italia is the national agency of the Chamber of Commerce. Was born 4 years ago, but the roots are in Milan about 30 years. Well, Fromos, the headquarters is in Milan, 10 local offices in all the region in Italy, and the shareholders are the Chamber of Commerce and the Union Camere. This is the new system for what to do. To support the small and medium enterprises to be more competitive in the world market. Beltrame has spoken about small and medium enterprises. in Italy, we have a singular model, economic singular model, about over 5 million of enterprises, but over 95% are less than 10 employers. The core of the business, the export, is in small and medium enterprises, are about 160,000, if you number about 5 million. And of this, about 130 and 133 are the enterprises that export. Drive the export with generated export accounts for about 32% of GDP. Then are small, medium, but very dynamic. And so our job is to support this economic model. How? Training service, individual and collective assistance, business matching, digital export. In 2019, we have given way to the first platform in Italy dedicated to the digital export. The name is Digit It. And this platform was very important during the pandemic period, with over 10,000 business matching, involved more than 3,000 Italian companies and more. Well, our partner, this is important. Promos works in cooperation with the economic institution, Italian trade agencies, Confindustria, SACE, CDP, Simest, but in particular with the diplomatic network. We have in Italian system of chamber of commerce Assocamere Estere that represent the chamber of commerce abroad. In America we have in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Houston, and Miami. And this is an important network to do business with our companies. At the yesterday, at the assembly of Union Camere, the new minister Russo of the new ministry of the main in Italy, new minister and new ministry, said we will strengthen the system of commercial chambers in Italy and abroad, which are the first interlocutor for enterprises, completing the reform of the chamber system in Union Camere. Well, this is good for the future, and Promos is ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now can hear from Simest, Ms. Leonetti, about how you see subsidized finance having changed in the past few years, how it can be targeted at strategic industries or things that need to be done around the environment. Be quite curious to hear what your impressions have been of how things have changed.
Yes, a little bit. I believe that everybody in this room can share that pandemic changed very many of our habits. And but at the same time, it has been an opportunity. It acted really as an accelerator of some changes, transformation, evolution that for companies mainly, that has been postponed for too long, way too long. Subsidized financing for thousands and thousands of companies literally acted as a parachute against liquidity crisis, and in some cases just also against high risk of default. This is mainly because they found themselves unprepared, weak, towards a crisis really unforeseen. Nobody, no company in its business plan could foresee COVID and a sanitary crisis. Even Ukraine, but Ukraine maybe could be would have been more forcible. CMEST, as a manager of public funds under the governance of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, committed in 3 years to draw money to 20,000 companies, SMEs mainly, 6 billion, mixing state funds and European funds. And this incredible amount of money, at least in the CMEST experience, we manage basically two funds, one for the export and one for the internationalization. Gave also the chance to us to learn, to understand so many different stories and prospects about the future of SMEs, companies, mid-cap, but SMEs in general. This understanding made very strong the belief that we need to keep and to reinforce the mission of internationalization, but this mission need to become sustainable. Sustainable means that as a government, as agent of a government fund, and together with the ministry, we committed to redirect the investment of SMEs. They must use our funds, public funds, to make investment in technology, in digitalization, innovation, sustainability from an environmental and social perspective. As we strongly believe that the innovation is the key for them to compete at an international level. This is as CMEST is in the perimeter of CMEST, but it's the same for SACE and for many other institutions acting in the sector. But it's not enough. We need to work also on blended financing. Public funds are a huge element and will be huge also for 2023. Just today, the European Commission communicated that temporary crisis framework has been prolonged until the end of 2023, and the amount of aid is increased 4 times. So it's in a way there is a awareness that we are not out of crisis and we are in the middle of a big recession. But government can play a bigger role, but we need to blend public and private. And it's, in this sense, the Transatlantic Fund could be an opportunity for both, not only for us and for the fund itself. We need to work to complement public and private and give capacity to the companies. In many cases, companies do not access to funds because they don't know. Public financing need to be public financing, public tools, public instruments need to stay on the shelves of banks as tools to be offered to customer on an advisory basis. This is the view that we realize that we are strongly working with the banking system, and why not also with the fund now?
Great. So we'll have time for questions, as in the previous session. I'm very curious to hear about examples where your presence reassures private investors to the extent that they invest in projects that they might not have considered, but we'll come back to that. Elizabeth, we're very happy to have you here as well. There's been perhaps a little bit of veiled criticism or misunderstanding of some US policies, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about what is going on, to present, for instance, the many benefits of the Inflation Reduction Act, what it's trying to do. Floor is yours to just tell us what the administration's aspirations are.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. So definitely appreciate being here. Really excited about this overall initiative. And we're thrilled at Select USA that we have some legislative backing for tools that can be really impactful in the context of developing a supply chain. IRA is obviously very oriented towards clean energy economy building, but we want to do that in collaboration with our partners. And I know that there are many Federal Register notices that are open at the moment to solicit real feedback from the reality from global multinationals, including that are impacted by the way that this is done. So there's the ethos of it, which I think there's broad support for, but the implementation is the devil's in the details. And we certainly welcome feedback and collaboration with this because we know we're aligned across the United States and Italy in terms of our desire to get towards a more robust clean energy economy. The US has a target for light energy vehicles to get to, I'm just keep looking at my notes to keep my numbers honest, 50% of new light energy sales we want to have electrified by 2030. I know there's similar discussions happening in Italy. What I thought was so interesting with the Italian model, it seems like a lot of the which maybe we could learn from, is that the companies over there are internalizing their own goals and actually making projections and publishing targets for themselves, which is quite interesting and something that maybe we can look to for best practice exchange overall. And we know that we need to meet this increased demand, and that this is something that if we can find complementarity across our two markets in the supply chain, it's something that can be quite impactful. I have to confess, in my preparation for this, I know my executive director, Jazz Sheets, spoke about the top level numbers, which include greenfield and foreign direct investment. So I went to our greenfield database, and I said, okay, what does greenfield investment look like in Italy generally, and then in the United States generally? And a lot of the same sectors popped up. We saw renewable energy, we saw semiconductors, we saw business services, we saw, infrastructure, absolutely, right? So I'm looking at this, I go, uh-oh, I'm gonna sit on a stage and I'm gonna say, oh, we're competing for the same stuff. So then I went a level deeper, and okay, some of the subsectors are the same. All right, let's look at the projects. Let's look at the companies that are actually going in. And when I looked at the companies that are actually going in, there was zero overlap, because these supply chains are so specialized and just competitive factors of production. I'm an economist, you'll have to forgive me. There is resilience.
You're not the only one here.
Okay. So thank you for being so gracious with me geeking out. But specialization within a supply chain makes things more resilient. And I think working together with shared goals around sustainable development, sustainable FDI, especially given awesome tools like the one that we're discussing today, is something certainly in the realm of possibility. And we definitely welcome trade missions, best practice exchanges, and really in-depth industry deep dives, because I think that's going to help us be really efficient. So sorry, I kind of scope creeped that a little bit.
That's fine. Thank you. And there will be opportunity for questions. Garrett, there's something we haven't really talked about yet, although I think it's one of the reasons we're here, the TTC. Quite an exciting initiative between the US and the EU to talk about their relationship on trade and regulation in I think, a novel, exciting way. Instead of focusing on old-fashioned market access issues, which for whichever reason we don't want to discuss right now, focusing on the regulatory approach. One that one may not want to discuss right now. The regulatory harmonization discussion is quite important, but also on securing supply chains and exchanging information in a way that where there might be tension on the markets, it can be alleviated just by exchanging intelligence. Where is the extra capacity when we face particular bottlenecks? So can you tell us a little bit about how the TTC is progressing and what you see as promising in the TTC?
Sure, thanks for the opportunity and the question. Thanks to the embassy for having us. I'm Garrett with the US Chamber. We're the world's largest business association. We have a great partnership with Confindustria, our B7 partner, as well as obviously a lot of colleagues from AmCham Italy here, which is sort of our local affiliate on the ground in Italy. And obviously this is a really important relationship for US companies and Italian companies who have invested in the US. I think it's important to sort of set this conversation in context, and we've come a long way in the transatlantic economic relationship in the last 3 years. We're not putting tariffs on steel and aluminum and calling Italy and others national security threats anymore, which is very promising and helpful. We've at least temporarily solved things like the Boeing-Airbus dispute, which was also a real thorn in our sides. Obviously, there are some new challenges. You just alluded to one on electric vehicles, for example. We have some concerns about some aspects of the EU digital agenda, which also have some discriminatory impacts potentially on US companies. Depending on who we talk to in Europe, you hear a lot about strategic autonomy, sometimes with the word open in front of it. Sometimes we would rather talk about strategic interdependence. I think we've all seen post-Russia's invasion of Ukraine how important it is that we work together. Certainly the TTC, the Trade and Technology Council, has been one avenue that's helped us coordinate on things like sanctions and export controls, which is really important not only to actually have the impact that we'd like to see in Russia, punishing them for their brazen attack, but also making sure that US or European or Japanese or other allied companies aren't unilaterally exposed to the problems that these things can cause when we're not doing them in a coordinated fashion. So now we're thinking whether it's like semiconductor investment, whether we're thinking about strategic sectors like electric vehicles and charging and coming up with common standards on areas where we're trying to do really the same things. You could add things like forced labor or supply chain due diligence for sustainability. I think, frankly, our companies and our governments largely have the same kind of regulatory outcome and like compliance requirements that they both would like to see and can actually achieve. But if the US and EU in particular go in different approaches, it's going to make it much more difficult for us to actually meet those requirements and for the governments rather, to actually achieve those objectives. So the Trade and Technology Council needs to be that platform to encourage that sort of regulatory, ideally convergence, but at least coherence, so that we know we're pushing in the same direction. It's been a bumpy road, frankly, for the Trade and Technology Council. The first meeting, almost didn't happen. The second meeting was obviously understandably overshadowed by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there's actually a lot of pressure, I think, on the governments for the ministerial coming up in a month or so here in the DC area on December 5th to show that this thing can deliver. Because I know speaking for the private sector, getting our companies to care about this thing is challenging when there's not things happening that they can see and actual movement on market access in particular. There's probably more cooperation happening in the sort of tech standard side, although there's questions about how far that's advancing. But we see less ambition than we would like on the trade side of this thing, I have to be honest. That could be the fault of either side. It doesn't really matter, but we would like to see more engagement on market access because we're facing the prospect of a recession on both sides of the Atlantic. The energy issue has been raised a few times. We need the growth that increased transatlantic economic cooperation can provide. Missing this opportunity where we have such common alignment of vision on the strategic and geopolitical side, we need to use that to also make progress on the economic side of the ledger. And so I'm hopeful that the TTC and the committee that we're talking about today could be avenues to push us in that direction.
Thanks very much. I'm going to use my prerogative again just to ask the first question, but please do prepare questions anywhere in the audience. We're very keen to hear from you. I'm just curious about finding this sweet spot. You mentioned, Elizabeth, when you looked into the data, that when you look at the very, very basic data, we're all competing in the same sectors, and then you looked into detailed information, and suddenly the supply chains look quite elegantly crafted and split, and there's a sort of division of labor across economies that have been trading for decades at a very intense level. So there's a beauty in how markets can provide an efficient system, and it doesn't really require that much intervention. And yet, we have found ourselves being exposed in some areas to geopolitical adversaries. We have found that perhaps investment in new strategic technologies has been lacking. So I think everyone in this room is quite curious how we find the right compromise between letting markets do what they do well and having a sort of strategic foresight which sometimes governments can provide. But if I can start with you, Carolina, I was just curious about an example, if you have, I'm sure you have some, of private sector investors being so reassured by your presence and the presence of other subsidized finance that that piqued their interest. Is that something you've seen recently?
Yes, absolutely. You're talking about the blending.
Blending, crowding in.
Absolutely, absolutely. There is the company need capacity mainly. So putting together effort, and in some cases from a public finance side, they don't need big capacity. They need to have the institution in the deal, because when they have the institution, it's easier to go abroad, because they have in a way they have the Italian state. This could be Siemens, this could be SACE, this could be CDP, wherever, but in some cases this is what we've seen. We have example in our activity, because as Siemens we act as manager of public fund, but also we work with our private balance sheet. And we have examples, especially for SMEs and mid-cap, of a project where we intervened with our public financing from the one side and private one from the other side, and we asked also banks to intervene. When we succeed in this putting together a different form of lendings, even the financing overall, the project is more secured, but also the capability to recover, because there is a strong view on the project from many parts, So, and in a way, the company can count on many partners. So I strongly believe in this concept. It worked as internal cross-selling, as cross-selling with banks, as cross-selling with the private funds. It's just a matter of knowledge. There is we need to work on training, we need to work on understanding product and all the capacity of this product when we put together them.
Excellent. Anyone else would like to intervene on this question of finding the right compromise? Or we can open it to the floor.
So just building on that, sort of, it's a universal theme. I think communication is a challenge associated with how do you get the right product, whether that be a blended finance stack, or whether that be a trade mission, or whether that be sort of how do you get the right intervention to the right company at the right time? And I think that's always the challenge that's associated with having the maximum impact given limited resources, right? And I think through collaboration, through the right technology channels with the right stakeholders, it's certainly an opportunity to reach audiences in a meaningful way. To your original question about that sweet spot of communication, I am just a hearts and mind believer in addressing information asymmetries in a real way. And I think there's a study that actually says that people need to hear things 5 to 7 times in order to have it register. So, and I think it's really interesting in that you're worried about crowding inboxes and there's so much going on, but having even complementary messaging that gets people to a very customer service friendly entry point to get to these different services is something that's really, it can't be undervalued. So whatever, you have the interventions that we can have, whether it's a trade mission or a finance stack, but then also how do we communicate that out is something that I don't want to lose.
I think that's why it's important that the TIC have these bilateral investment funds, because so we can communicate much better also in the US, in the Europe, in Italy, what we can do. And that's why I think TIC can be the good coordination for this.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. Time for questions. Who has a question? So, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself before your question.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marco De Ceglie, and I've been operating in the food industry for too long, probably, more than 40 years. So my question, on both sides of the Atlantic, my question is this. I'm thrilled by this initiative. I think this is absolutely necessary. We should do more on this. My point is, I understand that the industrial part, the high technology part is strategic, is going to be fundamental for the future, but food is going to be as strategic as high tech. And I'm meaning availability for the population of US and Italy of affordable, sustainable, and healthy food is as strategic as artificial intelligence in the long run. So how an initiative like this can put together joint investments between the two countries, public and private, in the agricultural and in the industry, food industry transformation areas. Because these are areas that are normally neglected. In a forum like this, of course, is much more attractive, and there is technology, the money can go after high tech, because there is also higher return. Agriculture is a tough field. It touches a lot the policy, the political aspects of different countries, but it's something that we have to tackle. I mean, the war in Ukraine has highlighted immediately that some elements of like sunflower oil or wheat have started to be missing here and there, and that is something that long term brings to revolution. If people don't have to eat, they will not be very, very peaceful. So I think it is important how can we make sure that part of these activities is also devoted to develop cooperation between the two countries. And I know this is difficult because I know also in each of the two countries, even cooperation between the farming side and the transformation industry side doesn't work, and has never worked historically. Actually, the two sectors see themselves as competing rather than being two sides of the same coin. So having two countries putting together farmers and industrialists on food is going to be really a master challenge, but I think it's absolutely necessary. So we do it.
Thank you. Did anyone spot a question there?
So I can do it.
Thank you.
I mean, I can try.
You can. Let's go for it. Why don't you go first?
I mean, I guess my first reaction is like, I wouldn't create this false dichotomy between technology and any sector, because I think I've spoken to some of our members who actually do use artificial intelligence to farm, because you can figure out when is the right time to get the best yield, which plants need to be picked at the right time. I think clearly the war in Ukraine has underlined the fragility of the global food supply chain, and actually probably encouraged a better discussion about the need for all of these sectors to be better integrated, and not only across the Atlantic but globally. Frankly, the US and Italy can probably afford agriculture at higher prices than some other parts of the world, but we don't want to be competing for not enough food. That's not a good outcome. Climate change is clearly going to make this even more of a challenge. So I would say, we need to actually invest in technology, even in sectors that we might not think of as being on the bleeding edge of technology, because if we neglect them, then this problem only becomes worse. I mean, we have 6 or 7 billion people to feed now, and that number is going to keep going up too. So I think we need to consider that as part of the solution.
Thanks. You wanted to say something?
I also think that just creating platforms for the experts to solve and have meaningful conversations amongst each other in the diction that's important to them and meaningful for them is going to be the best intervention that we could possibly have. So just providing the fora so that I know I'm a generalist, and if I tried to set an agenda that would be meaningful in that space, I would not be successful, right? So how do I create a platform so that there can be a meaningful conversation? And to your earlier point of, where's the government role, where's the private sector role? We all have a renewed appreciation of risk on the government side as well as on the private sector side. So the calculus of, the calculus of profitability has changed, right? So let's enable that new renewed appreciation of risk to find market-based solutions so that it can be sustainable, because sustainability is not only in the context of decarbonization, it's also in the context of profitability, balance sheets, and I want to make sure that this can succeed without a government intervention ultimately, because that is more resilient. So how do we provide those platforms for success?
Thank you. We have time for one more quick question. Madam?
Ciao. I'm Allegra Baistocchi. I'm the consul of Italy in Detroit. I wanted to add to the agriculture question. Actually, it might be data from maybe 2 years ago, but 1 out of 10 of the startups in Italy right now are in agri-tech. So already that shows how technology and agriculture can help each other out. I am very focused on these new sort of the new realities in technology, AI, VR, etc. We have the first metaverse of a public entity ever, done by my consulate. So I wanted to know, beyond the best practices, beyond the trade missions, what are the really innovative ways in which we can seek these collaborations?
Carolina?
Maybe I can add something, and in terms of agri-food, also the food is global, and e-commerce platform are used to sell product and to shorten distance and to offer products in specialty of each country. Maybe everybody can share in this room that Italy has a huge excellence in every part of Italy. Like if I stretch my mind and trying to understand if there is one region in Italy with no excellence, for me it's impossible. So this is an opportunity. Decreasing tariff, decreasing taxation, fiscal, all the fiscal impact could increase the exchange. As a matter of fact, in the United States, we have 20 million of Italian people willing to eat Italian pasta, willing to eat Italian mozzarella. I'm speaking about that. It's very, very easy stuff, but this is the reality. We need to shorten connection and to spread the knowledge.
To the spirit of,
we need the regulation for that.
Yes.
That we don't have it right now.
We need government to intervene. in that.
Exactly. So
It kind of gets to this other point of like, what is the right balance between markets and governments? And I think we'd probably be on the more skeptical side of government intervention in the economy. There might be, obviously, with supply chain resiliency, we all saw what happened with like masks, for example. We don't want to see that happening with semiconductors. But we don't want to just throw money at the same issue, right? We want to make sure we're coordinating. We want to invest in things that maybe the market can't actually pay for yet because there's no use yet, but we know that in 5 years' time, we will have the product that you need this semiconductor for example. So we need to make sure that the government's role is
exactly.
minimized to the extent that we can, but also coordinated with our partners because we don't want to be just, there's a finite amount of resources. We don't want to add to the inflationary problem by just throwing money at the same problem. So I think it's an important balance.
Some conclusive remarks from Elizabeth and perhaps from you, Giovanni.
That'd be great.
Go ahead.
So I know my executive director, Jasjit Singh, already mentioned the Select USA Investment Summit that's coming up, but I think that's a nice example of how basically government can have a very limited role and just literally provide a platform for speed dating between entities that have meaningful economic packages and information and potential companies. Because the quicker we can get a company to land in the United States and be operational and profitable, the better. So we're happy to provide a platform. It's May 1 through 4, happy to do that. And then to your question about innovation, we also have online resources like the cluster mapping project that's inspired by Dr. Michael Porter's work out of MIT and Harvard and in collaboration with EDA. And how can I get information to people that need to make business decisions as quickly as possible with as few links as possible without even having a phone call, right? So the goal is to have the lightest touch to get the right answer as the concluding remark, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Anything to add? All right. So thank you very much. We have a 10-minute break before the session 3. Thank you to all of our panelists.
microfoni. No, io... Ladies and gentlemen, can I kindly ask you to take your seat? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Francesca Forcella. I'm here with two hats. I'm a medicine correspondent and the responsible for the New York chapter of Amerigo. I'm really honored to be here with you today for this third panel of the Transatlantic Committee Day that had a really productive series of meetings and ideas. I thank you, the Embassy, Madam Ambassador Zappia, my President Director Andrea Gumina, that is the co-creator of the Transatlantic Investment Committee. And the title of this panel, it's paving the way for the TIC launching event in the spring of 2023. So I know that I have very little time, but I'll try to cut to the chase, and I have a very ambitious object that it's with my esteemed panelists that I will call here in a few seconds. I would like to have them draw their ideas and to draw a roadmap to get from here to the launching event of the TIC in spring 2023. And so I would like whatever has been said, all great ideas that has been so illustrated in such a brilliant way, how to get from the theory to the practice. So again, let's cut to the chase and have my guest. The first one that I'm going to call here is Mr. Simone Crolla. He's the Managing Director of the American Chamber of Commerce in Italy. Mr. Massimiliano Federiga is the President of the Italian Committee of Regions. And Mr. Andrea Principe is the Rector of the renowned Lewis University. I will ask the first question to Mr. Crolla with very little premises. In the past few hours, we've been talking a lot about a global world that is interconnected and about the need of osmosis, exchange, cross-pollination, cross-contaminatio, call it as you want it. And we know that there are common foes in this, being all the consequence of the war in Ukraine, the inflation, the issues with the supply chain. But we also know that there are some dramatic difference between the Italian market and the US market. Just to mention one, in the economy, in the job market, the reality in the US is very different. There is issues from many, many companies to attract and retain talents. So my first question is, how can Italian company take advantage of these differences, to Mr. Crolla? And is the US market key for the future? We know that it's key, and how we can, again, make this connection, this interaction, and attract capital and investors from the US to Italy. And I'm gonna come and be close to you as you answer to us. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me and the Chamber to attend to this symposium. It's fantastic, and it's very timely because it's of the utmost importance of strategizing in the ways to attract many more Italian investment to US shores. So for sure, we have learned a word during the pandemic, and the word is resilience. And I think the Italian people, Italian companies and Italian ecosystem, also institution, also this building. So we are very resilient, and I think Italian economy is staying strong also during these times, during the war, etc. And for sure, we need to increase our exports and our investment, FDI, etc. to United Nations. And it's happening. It's happening because if you look at the FDI investment towards US, you see that Italian companies have become very, let's say, educated in the way they are currently investing in our country. So we have to remember to ourselves that we are an aircraft carrier of lifestyle, of fashion, food, furniture, manufacturing, etc. So Italy is a unique place, and we are in a unique time in history to address all the challenges we are facing. So for sure, Italian companies need to have a strong institutional ecosystem from the regions to embassies to the Italian trade agencies. And so thanks to also this initiative called TIC, I think we will be better poised to, let's say, to face these challenges and to be able to give our entrepreneurs the opportunities, the tools to come to the States and to invest in the most appropriate way, as they are already doing. As the Chamber, as my colleague Garrett from the US Chamber of Commerce explained, we need to, let's say, to imitate. Sometimes it's better to imitate than innovate. And so if we look at what the US are doing in here to attract investment, like the Select USA Summit, we should try to do the same thing in Italy, and the TIC could be the perfect platform to understand how to do it. So we should invent this Select Italy through the TIC to be able to be better, let's say, understood by our foreign investors, to come to our country, not to be caught by the red tape, and to be able to, let's say, to develop U.S. investment in our country. So the differences are, let's say, in the macroeconomic sphere, about the situation, inflation, stagflation, etc. In EU and in US, very big differences. We are impacted by the energy crisis, the prices soaring, etc. In US it's different, etc. Because they can produce their own oil and gas, etc. They need to export much more to Europe, and we need to better equip ourselves as a country to receive this LNG export. But I think that the putting together our point of strength and the political alignment between our two countries, we will be able to cope and to handle this situation in one of the most appropriate way that we can imagine. So I think I'm positive.
From an American perspective, I live in this country, been living for 32 years. Do our companies have a communication problem in terms of the way they sell themselves on the website? This is something that it's really starking to me when I look at the website in Italy and in the US. The difference is stark, and I think it's such a fundamental difference in the nuts and bolts, in the way a website is designed and what it wants to say, and a lot of illiteracy in that department.
Yes, I totally agree. We have big problems in communicating to our, let's say, prospective U.S. consumers, and so we need to educate our companies to better address the needs of the U.S. market. And then we think of ourselves, we are the best in the world. When we take our plane from Milan or Roma coming to the US, okay, we are coming, so Italian, lifestyle, Ferrari, whatever, we're the best one. Then we land, and at the same time, a plane from Germany, from France, from Holland, and everybody is saying, I'm the best, but they are much more well-equipped than we are. And then we always stop in this coast. We never go to the, let's say, not to the flyover America. We don't go to the West Coast. So we need to exploit all opportunities that this huge market can offer to our companies, because Italy is the land of ingenuity. And also, we have also some, let's say, ghost ambassadors. When you speak to an American guy and you tell him that Walgreens, his pharmacy store under his place, is owned by an Italian couple. When you go to Midwest America and you tell someone that the whiskey he's drinking is owned by an Italian company. When you wear sunglasses and it's Italian. So I mean, we have a lot to better communicate to our And that's the point in which institutions like the embassy, like the TIC, are doing a lot, but will do always better in order for our companies to come here and plug in. Because Italy is so easy to sell, but maybe we're not the best seller ourselves. So we need to improve also the way we communicate. But I think we are doing the right thing in this room today.
Second that. Mr. Massimiliano Federica, President of the Italian Committee of Regions. To Mr. Federica, I would like you to talk a little bit more about the potential, not only of Italy, but of Europe to attract this new investment and this investment. And I would always sort of link again to what Mr. Crolla was saying about red tape. Bureaucracy, red tape, it's by far the biggest roadblock for Americans. This is the first things that they would say at every level. How can we work around that? What kind of suggestion do you have for the American company? How can we conquer these issues, and how can we convince the American investor that there is a new Italy, that yes, maybe there are a lot of roadblocks, but that there is a way to attract and for them to be very productive in their investment?
Intanto grazie. Grazie dell'invito. La burocrazia intanto devo dire un problema non soltanto per le aziende americane che vogliono investire, ma anche per le aziende italiane che vogliono investire in Italia. Quindi questo penso è un problema strutturale che dobbiamo affrontare come sistema paese.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me today. I have to say that the red tape problem is not only an obstacle for US companies, but also for Italian companies themselves. So it's absolutely a structural problem that has to be addressed.
Però devo dire che il sistema delle regioni italiano ha deciso di muoversi in modo uniforme, proprio come sistema delle regioni, per presentarsi all'estero e anche nel mercato americano, perché bisogna anche dire con chiarezza una cosa: l'interlocutore operativo per chi vuole investire nel nostro paese, prima di tutto sono i territori, con i quali si ha un rapporto diretto anche per affrontare le criticità burocratiche e superarle in modo rapido. La mia regione, ma ogni regione ha trovato una strada vincente, per esempio ha creato un'agenzia lavoro e sviluppo impresa per affiancare l'investitore e accompagnarlo in tempi rapidi a raggiungere il risultato.
Yes, but from this point of view, it has to be highlighted the fact that the Italian regions themselves have started to create a unique and only voice, a uniform way, so that they can address directly the investor. And this can be used for any market, and the US market as well. In other words, we should remember that the interlocutor, the operational interlocutor, is the territory itself. And therefore, that's why in my region, we have brought about the system to have a direct relationship with a potential investor. And we have created an agency called Lavoro Sviluppo Development that really takes the burden of overcoming the obstacles, roadblocks created by red tape, for instance.
Poi devo dire che sia il governo uscente, cioè il governo Draghi, che ha operato su importanti processi di semplificazione e di velocizzazione degli investimenti, anche sfruttando l'occasione del PNRR, sia l'attuale governo con le interlocuzioni che ho avuto con i neoministri, vuole proseguire nella direzione di una forte semplificazione normativa anche nazionale.
And also both the last Draghi government has already initiated a very strong campaign of simplification and streamlining system, also thanks to the National Recovery Plan, the PNRR. And the current government, according to the latest news we received by the neo-elected ministers, intends to proceed on the same path of simplification.
E poi voglio aggiungere una cosa per finire. Oggi non abbiamo soltanto le opportunità di investimenti reciproci tra Stati Uniti, Europa, Stati Uniti, Italia, ma abbiamo la necessità di farlo. Io ho sentito gli interventi questa mattina, però dobbiamo dire con estrema chiarezza e forza che le democrazie occidentali o sono in grado di fare sistema e di proteggersi reciprocamente rispetto a tutto il processo di filiera partendo dalla materia prima, un processo che sarà lungo e non scontato, un processo in cui si dovranno scegliere anche dei paesi terzi partner affidabili e il più possibile ovviamente democratici che possano essere al nostro fianco, oppure se non saremo in grado di fare questa squadra, ho paura che altre realtà, lontano da quello che rappresentano e sono la libertà e la democrazia nei nostri paesi, avranno sopravvento. Quindi oggi non abbiamo la responsabilità solamente di rendere di successo le nostre imprese, ma abbiamo la responsabilità del mondo che vogliamo costruire domani. E l'economia è vincolata e vincolante a questo processo. E l'economia è basata dalle imprese.
I have to say that today we have opportunities ahead of us, but for United States and Italy to work together. But these are not only opportunities. There is a need. It is an imperative. I listened to the intervention this morning, and it's clear that if the West, the democracy of the West, are not able to work as a system and protect themselves, then we will not be able to. We have to protect the supply lines, and we have to protect the raw materials supply. And in order to do so, this is a very complicated, long process. We have to enlist the help of third parties, countries, hopefully democratic countries that share our values, because this will bring about the success that we are aiming for, because it's not only a question of successful investments, it's a question of our future, if we want to have a future for our world.
Mr. Principe, you are director of the Lewis University, an institution that help forge the brains, the minds of the people who can help these to attract the relationship between our two countries. We talk about some things that still do not work in Italy, but something does work, and referencing to what has been said earlier on today, the interdisciplinarities between higher education institutions that are American and Italian does work, and you were very successful in basing this approach on the 3I, being where innovation, being international and interdisciplinary are really important. How can these help in the implementation of the goals of the TIC?
Well, thanks for the question. I'm really delighted to be here and listening to fantastic perspective on what is the situation now, and also how we can draw implications for training, educating the young generations. And I think there are a couple of things that we need to underline. The first is that even the previous speakers underlined the fact that we face complex challenges across the board. But for us as educators, I lead a university, a social science university. We also need to take into account the fact that the young generation may be inspired by different values. So the extent to which they behave in a certain way, the values that they inform their behaviors, have to be taken into account. So is this young generation willing still to be, as my generation, to be the best anyway? Or probably do they want to create a better world? At Lewis, we accepted the second one. So we do think that the young generation really would like to create a better world. But still the challenge is there, because creating a better world but facing complex challenges means redefining, rethinking the way we educate them. And so we went back to the blackboard, and we asked ourselves, so which is the appropriate toolbox that we as a university, we should help our students to create, to develop? And the toolbox has a very interesting name. We talk about Italy, relation between Italy and US, and we all know that Made in Italy is a fantastic brand. Sometimes we forget that just a little bit behind Made in Italy, there is another important concept that we like to label educated in Italy. And educated in Italy has its own specificities that at Lewis we try to interpret, as you mentioned, along 3 dimensions. The first is interdisciplinarity. And given that we face, and we're going to be facing ever complex challenges, we do need a different approach. This does not mean, and this approach has to be interdisciplinary, because provided that we do need specializations, we all underline the fact, we all agree that we need specialized faculty, specialized workers, specialized individuals, because otherwise we won't be able to address specific and specialized challenges. But today's challenges are much more complex. So we need people who understand, who have a kind of generalist approach, but at the same time they can go down vertically in a specific area. And the way we interpret interdisciplinarity at Lewis is that as a social science university, we have come to terms with the fact that every single student, irrespective of what he or she pursue as a degree program, she or has to know about digital skills. So she has to know about coding. So if you come to Lewis to study law, you got to understand and study also coding. But at the same time, since we like to go back to the past, and we like our past as well as our future, we believe that humanities do play a big role. Humanities, the deepening humanities in literature, philosophy does help develop critical thinking and a flexible mindset. So that's for the interdisciplinary approach or interdisciplinary approach. The second has to do with internationalization. At the Lewis, we do believe that internationalization is a synonym of education to diversity. Being exposed to different culture allows us to understand better our culture, even the limitation, what Simona Crolla was mentioning early on, our own delimitation of our culture, but also to understand and respect the values of other cultures. We do live increasingly in contexts which are, again, multicultural. So being exposed early on to an international environment does mean to develop, empathy towards other culture, which is extremely important. Third, or the last, but surely not the least, has to do with innovation. So a few years ago, we did ask ourselves whether the way we teach, how we create the conditions for students to learn, was still valid for those who are going to lead corporations, public administration in these institutions in the near future. The future belongs, and the present belongs to the young generation, not to us. And we realized that not much innovation went on in the educational model that we've been adopting. So we decided to, again, go back to the blackboard and said, well, we should teach in a different way. We don't want our students to be only passive receivers of information. We should make sure that they become really the actors of their own educational path. And so we embraced an approach that we label inquiry-based approach, which means that students become not only, of course, they do receive information and knowledge from us as professors, but also they become the co-generators of knowledge. Education means surely acquiring existing knowledge, but also creating or co-creating new knowledge. And this means basically that, being the actor in creating knowledge means also understanding that if it is important to deepen the existing knowledge, and therefore, as was a saying that we need to learn, which is important, we should make sure that given that challenges not only are these challenges complex, but they're also discontinuous, youngsters also have to learn to unlearn. And they've got to be able to do that only if they really are the actors of what they are supposed to do. So that's the keywords. In a way, going back to the first concept I've used with the toolbox, I like to say that the toolbox of the students have to be rich, but the challenge for them is to keep them half empty, because there's going to be a lot to learn over their careers.
We only have a few minutes left. I will ask for one question, and before listening to probably one question, I would like in your response, again in 3 minutes, to give me an idea in 3 words, since my goal was very ambitious, to sort of pave the way and show this, draw this roadmap. 3 words for you to make the goal that have been discussed here today becomes a reality before the launching event in spring 2023. I know, it's very ambitious. Do we have a question? So can you each sort of in 1 minute tell me these 3 keywords, and then we're going to give the floor to the President, Mr. Gumina.
Putting on a smiling face, going out in the street and sell our country. That's it. No other way.
Io penso fare sistema anche all'interno del sistema Italia. Quello che diciamo come regioni che abbiamo deciso di muoverci insieme è per presentarci nelle nostre differenze. Ci sono filiere diverse all'interno del sistema paese che dobbiamo far conoscere e capire e far capire quali sono le enormi potenzialità già in essere, ma che troppe volte sono poco conosciute, che possono rappresentare un'opportunità enorme per chi decide di investire in Italia.
Sorry.
We should work as a system within a system. That's why I said before that the regions within Italy have to step up and communicate the fact that we can offer many different things. Each region offers different specialized supply lines, and this can represent very unique opportunities for potential investors.
I guess it's my turn. I would say, value and nurture both the skill set, which is fundamentally important, be always a different view of knowledge, being it technological, social sciences, or humanities, but at the same time do nurture and value the mindset, which is probably as important, if not more important, than the skill set itself, given that life expectancy for the young generation, it's very nice, it's very, kind of forward-looking, so it's extremely important to be, equipped with the right skills, but also even more important to be equipped with the right mindset.
I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Gumina without my closing remark.
I guess there was one question.
Oh, there is a question? Okay.
I'm a frequently asking person.
Yes.
As a VIP. So I heard very great things, especially I have to say from Rector Lewis. But I don't want to be the party pooper, but I would like to provoke a different discussion, which is, yes, I hear Italy is easy to sell, made in Italy. I don't believe so. It's good. It depends on the sector, on the industry. Very strong in food and the brand, food. Fashion, furniture. I don't know. We're very strong in mechanicals and in machine tools. People don't know it though. But if I say to someone, I want to sell some technology that comes in, we're very strong in like climate change, like waste management, for example. Nobody's going to say, "Oh, great. Oh, yeah, Italian." No, because they're going to think maybe the Netherlands is better than that. So how do we cope with that? There's a perception gap, but it's also, sometimes we feel like we tell ourselves that, okay, we're just not good at selling. Do we have better, is it true?
È verissimo. Il problema è proprio questo, secondo me, che per questo abbiamo cercato come conferenza delle regioni di fare sistema, perché l'Italia è conosciuta su settori in cui tradizionalmente ha una capacità di riconoscimento e molto elevato, ma altri settori che in realtà siamo molto sviluppati. Penso anche che uno pensa all'aerospazio in Piemonte o in Puglia, penso alla parte della navalmeccanica, Fincantieri, penso ne sia un esempio. È vero, noi dobbiamo lavorare su quello, cioè far conoscerci, e penso però dall'altro lato che ci siano anche dei settori, anche negli Stati Uniti, in cui, penso, prima si diceva che il West è meno conosciuto, in cui le nostre imprese, i nostri investitori possono andare a conoscerci, quindi la capacità di conoscenza reciproca è un fattore fondamentale per lo sviluppo reciproco e le occasioni che possiamo dare al nostro sistema produttivo.
It is very true. This is the crux of the problem. Really, Italy is well known in very traditional sectors. But there are other sectors, and I'm thinking, for instance, aerospace in the region of Piemonte, or in Puglia, or the naval manufacturing business. So this is what we really have to do. We have to communicate more. And this is also true on the other hand. For instance, before it was said that Italy and Italian investors do not know much about the West of the United States. And this could be an opportunity to communicate better.
30 seconds to Mr. Principe, and then we need to...
Of course, I'm biased, but even the higher education system in Italy is particularly strong. We do have a...
È vero.
We do have an issue when it comes to getting across the Atlantic, but I'll guarantee that we're pretty strong.
Anche la ricerca.
The education system overall, yeah, research and then teaching.
Well, so it's my turn. And I feel a little bit more relaxed, as you can see. Dear friends, we finally made it to the end of this intense day of work and networking. I want to thank you all for the outstanding contribution and the fruitful discussion that has taken place during our first TIC US meeting. All the keynotes, Vice President CEO Nokia, Giuseppina Di Foggia, Paolo Tedeschi from the Italian Committee of Regions, all the panelists, the impeccable moderators, Charles Lichfield and Francesca Forcella, all of you that joined and enriched today's debate. Last but not least, allow me to thank again Ambassador Zappia and the whole Embassy of Italy here in Washington, D.C. for being active part of this 12-month challenge. When I landed in D.C. 1 year ago, I was impressed by how much power this city transmits. I was surrounded by large, austere, monumental premises. Many sites that I knew by heart, having watched them so many times in spy films and political dramas. Even in the most pleasant company, it seemed that this city, with all of its monumental architecture, was trying to overwhelm me with challenges. Those days, while figuring out such an event like this, felt miles away from my imagination, and that a long time would have passed to lead us here. Time flew indeed, even if for more than one reason, it has been one of the longest journeys in my life. All the introduction today's, including the ones pronounced by last panelist, President Federica, Rector Principe, and Director Crolla, lead to a conclusion. Today, it's a start. I want to reiterate, just a start. And so many challenges lie ahead. But now, I'm more confident that we will be able to tackle them all. After laying roots in the European Union, today we have sowed our first seed in the United States. From tomorrow on, we will plan our second-year activity. In the upcoming months, the TIC intends to become one of the most reliable sources of inspiration and support for institutions, companies, investors, and the research entities in the Euro-Atlantic area when it comes to boosting joint investments. This focus doesn't imply to self-isolate US and Europe into a bubble, giving up any effort to revive and make globalization more effective and fair. It means recognizing the opportunity for like-minded countries such as ours, friends, as Ambassador Zappia underlined this morning, to invest together on challenges that directly impact our citizens' life, prosperity, well-being, and security, also to the benefit of reliable economies that could be involved. This is what's at stake with the Trade and Technology Council, and one of the reasons why the Transatlantic Investment Committee was designed and promoted. Our next event is planned to take place in London, thanks to the cooperation with the Italian Embassy to the United Kingdom, and will be aimed at extending our commitment and operations to this country, allowing us to be present in the whole Euro-Atlantic area. By late spring, as we all know, we are working to be here again in Washington to elevate today's debate into a more political one. We will focus on engaging our governments at an even higher level and also involving participation from several other European countries. Most of all, we will work to demonstrate our progress. The fund, the master's degree, the report. There is so much to do, I know. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you with the motto of the Italian Navy's training vessel, the Amerigo Vespucci, not who begins, but he who perseveres. We can make mistakes, we can fall, but when we are inspired by good and rooted to generate something beneficial, this is what I learned throughout my life, we can only stand up and try again. Dear friends, thank you so much for your presence today. I invite you to take the opportunity offered by Luis Guido Carli University to continue joining the executive talk with Dr. Fabio Natalucci from IMF, and wish you a marvelous evening here in DC. Thank you so much.
Grazie a tutti.
Grazie. Grazie a te.
Always great to chair the last session of the day, and we have also the coming speech of Fabio Natalucci, the Deputy Director of the IMF, and Luis alumnus, and we are discussing today for the inauguration of the Luis Alumni Chapter, and we have a great panel here, and I would start from Paola Severino, among many, many things, Vice President of Luis University. Paola.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure for me to open this session, which is devoted to launching a chapter for the Luis alumni. I say alumni because it is Latin. I know that normally you say alumni, but living and working in Washington, D.C. And thank you for being here. It was a very challenging and demanding day, and to stay here till now is something which is really appreciable. With the New York and the California chapters, this is going to be the third Luis Alumni chapter in the USA. As Luis can boast, slightly less than 400 alumni and alumnae in the States. We are really proud of the whole. Okay, thank you. Each one of you has been able to gain in such an advanced and demanding job marketplace. In particular, today we are delighted to welcome Juliana Canet, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Development Bank Administrative Tribunal, who as of today will be the Luis Alumni Washington's chapter leader. Thank you, Juliana. And Fabio Natalucci, Deputy Director at the International Monetary Fund, whose speech will help us understand microeconomics dynamics from the standpoint of such a prestigious financial institution, not only prestigious but very important overall in this moment, in this period. Let me tell you, however, not only you are a source of pride for all of us at Luis, you are also, or at least we wish you were, our partners and supporters in the projects and activities that Luis will develop in the USA. We believe the USA is dramatically strategic a country for Luis' internationalization project. We could already count on several significant partnerships yet. We do look forward to them increasing in number, quality, and diversity. In this light, your concrete support is unquestionably crucial to add value to the presence of Luis in the USA. With this view and hope, I would like to thank you for being here and wish you and Luis the best for the continuation of the experience in the US as both valuable individuals and Luis alumni and alumnae. Thank you.
Thank you, Paola Severino, for your introduction. And we have already heard from Rettore Principe and the other speakers how important it is the education and higher education in trying to spur the transatlantic relations. And this is a chapter that we don't always address. We always address maybe geopolitical or defense or other issues. But of course, education has always been somewhere here is Paola Sartori of Fulbright. And I am a Fulbright alumnus, brava Paola. And I've always been excited that in the United States, quid pro quo and do des mean different things that they mean actually in Italy and in Europe. That's so funny. It took me years to realize that. And so I would start from the two friends here. Andrea Battista is the president of LUIS Alumni Association. I will start with Andrea. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, for attending the session. But first of all, let me thank Juliana personally for accepting to take this role. We have observed how important is the enthusiasm, the capabilities of the first chapter leader in the takeoff of a chapter. So we are sure that you will do a great job here, and you will create here in the real everyday life the 12th chapter of LUIS Alumni Association. Yes, because now in the world we have 12 chapters covering more than 2,000 alumni in great important cities like Washington today, New York, London, Paris, Brussels, but also in other smaller countries which are in any case strategic like Luxembourg or Switzerland. Because are strategic? For two reasons essentially. Because our alumni go there and make excellent and find excellent opportunities and make excellent career, and because they are strategic and relevant for the internationalization of our university. The relationship and exchange of values, let me use this these words, between university and alumni is two-way. It is of a great value for alumni to attend the network, the events, the connections, the programs, the services that we make for example, for younger alumni. But it is of great value for university having relevant alumni which are the face of what university produces across time, of the huge human capital that LUIS across all of his life has created and now is widespread all over the world. In the chapter, this relationship between university and alumni becomes concrete, real, if not every day, continuous, every month. Not only because all the chapters are supposed to organize events and to go on in giving knowledge and education opportunity to our alumni, but because we ask to be involved in a concrete program to our alumni. Just to make an example, one of the most recent, or two examples, the mentoring program and the Around Me program. Through this second one, the students which arrive in a place like this and in general do not know anybody are welcomed by the community of not only of the other students, but in particular of our alumni. It is something which intuitively is a great value for our students. And mentoring, in which most senior alumni help in the challenges of the different career youngest one. And today we have already realized that through the availability of our alumni, but also through the tools that the university has allowed and made available, more than 3 programs with 300 mentee and 200 mentors. Just to give complete examples, the network is not only something which deals with identity, which makes us proud of our university, as our university is proud of our career, of our development, and so on. It's something which gives a concrete exchange of values for our future development. And chapters around the world are a strategic part of this design. Chapters are obviously connecting with university, which helps them, and with the association of alumni in particular, which helps them in developing their program, but are integrating among us, because community is articulated in local activities, but the community of LUIS alumni is only one and is global. And for this reason, it's very important that chapters are essentially part of this community. So really thanks, Juliana, really thanks to all the other alumni which will help in the organization, because obviously the activity of managing an association. Managing a chapter is not something that you can do by yourself. It's something that can be done with the help of everybody. But believe me, after this nearly 4 years of being a president, it's really a worthwhile effort also for the person who is in charge of this. Thank you very much.
It's very exciting to introduce Giuliana Canet. Is going to be the leader of the Washington chapter of the Lewis Alumni Association. Also to listen from you, Giuliana, how do you want to start up things, especially because, you know, in Italy, Italians know very well New York, and they think they know very well Los Angeles, but, you know, the capital of the great United States of America, Washington, they don't even know from the movies, and they read something, so
Sure.
have a great work.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank you, the Vice President, Professor Severino, Andrea, and really the university and the alumni. I'm sorry, it's too long, I've been here, has to say alumni, for this trust. It's a great honor, but it's also a challenge to be the first to give the input, so I will tap on all of you. Please be vocal, come forward with ideas, feedback, so we will do a great network. It's true, Washington is actually the best kept secret. I always say that I move from capital to capital, and I guess it reminds me Rome in certain way, Brussels in others, but you can find really high level in every domain and business, culture, and everything. Rest assured, we are already at work. Before even being endorsed with this challenge, we met, we created an executive committee. Let me introduce the member. Well, first, Fabio. We recruited him from the IMF as a deputy director at the Monetary and Capital Market Department. Then Arianna Ugliano. She's a senior project manager and policy analyst at the Center for Climate Strategies, and Lamberto Moruzzi, head of the Office for Economic Trade and Scientific Affairs here at the Embassy of Italy. As you can see, it's a very energetic and vibrant committee. We try to represent all branches of where the alumni are present in Washington. But the other 50 or so alumni, please be vocal, come to our programs and events. And I'll take this opportunity already to launch the holiday party on the 13th of December so that you can pin down on the agenda and you join us for an informal event. Thank you.
Before we go, get the floor to Fabio, are there any questions for our speakers here from the floor? No. Let me ask to Giuliana and to Andrea, a 1 minute each question is, what can we do from Lewis, from Rome, from Milan and the other institutes? What can we do to help you guys in New York, in Washington? And this is like, tell us, how can we help you?
I make some suggestions, which are also some, let's say, promises of help to Giuliana. First of all, it seems an obvious and not relevant thing, but here it is a reciprocal help, is to discover alumni across the world. Because obviously this is not a public information that you can see everywhere in a register. You must search, and during the recent years in particular, the Lewis has done a huge and very important activity, and today our database of alumni can be considered huge, reasonably updated, but obviously only to remain like it is, it requires a lot of activities, and this is very important. It is only a starting point. Then we expect that Giuliana will find us in discovering the alumni that from the center we are too far cannot be discovered. Second point is the previous experience. we can share, help sharing all what other chapters. Washington is the 12th. Now we have some experience in kind of activities, kind of events, in managing the chapter, in the relationship with the Louis in Rome. And this is a second, concrete help. And third, in all the activities which are behind the organization, like, for example, communication through social and so on, which are very important because we can, in helping this, we help people in making consistent our activity across the world, because as I said before, Louis community is only one. Louis is a great name which must be managed and protected all around the world in the same way.
Grazie. Giuliano, how can we help? How can we be
Thank
of
you.
help?
No, you ask an important question because, you know, the tendency is that when you leave Italy, you try to find a new word. So you want to settle, you want to meet international people, not necessarily you want to go back to the Italian community. So I found that sometimes going back to your alma mater is related to which point of your career it is. Maybe mid-career, is not necessarily early career. And one challenge to find alumni is that in Washington, there are very qualified people, so generally they have more than one degree, and when you introduce yourself in a social circle, you tend to say the last degree, but the university that which formed us is actually Louis, so we were forged by the Louis. So I will make sure I will ask them not only where they took the PhD or master, but going back who formed them, and maybe we can populate the database.
Grazie Giuliana. More questions from the floor, and I think that you did a great job because then Paola is here and she's heard what you need, and Professor Principe is somewhere here too, and so your cry for help has been heard by the right people. And we are, if you don't have questions, I would say let's give the floor to Fabio Natalucci. He has a talk on an insight from the IMF, the outlook for the global economy. And so I would say, Fabio, you go, and then we'll gather questions from
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation and be around so many other Louis people. So it's a pleasure to be. I try to keep in touch with Louis. In fact, just yesterday I gave a presentation to the Scuola Europea di Politica Economica. So, but this is broader and it's really nice. So I've been in Washington for 20 years almost at this point. So I moved down here. I studied at New York University after graduating from Louis. I worked at the Federal Reserve for 15 years, then at the US Treasury for a year, and then at the IMF for the last 5 years. So I moved enough building within and around the White House, essentially. I'm running out of building at this point, so I may stay at the fund for a while. So I grew up through crisis, essentially, as an economist. So I graduated from NYU, and I thought I would be the typical PhD student, writing papers and closing the door and avoiding to meet people. And then the financial crisis arrived, and they just throw me out in the real world. So professionally, that's where I come from. I've been through 2 crises already at the fund, so I'd be happy to have some calm eventually between COVID and the Ukraine war. And that changed a little bit how we think about financial stability. So I run the Global Financial Stability Report at the fund and the Global Financial Markets Monitoring. So we have offices in New York, London, Hong Kong, Singapore. So it's really 24/7 financial markets. And so I was trying to think how to summarize where we are today compared to other crisis period. And I think the big change, and one way to frame this is that the macro backdrop is completely different now. So I can look back since I left grad school, it was always the same period of very low interest rate, of not negative in Europe, very low volatility, very low inflation. And that permeated into the way investors think about asset allocation, how you plan your pensions, how policymakers are used to react to shocks, and how to behave. And that's what for 15 years we have seen, and it's ingrained in the way investors worked. You could talk to people that until 2 years ago, they have never seen the Federal Reserve increasing interest rates. They were stuck with rate at 0. That's how they grew up. And then suddenly things changed because suddenly inflation came back. And that meant interest rates moved higher, volatility in financial markets higher. And there's a lot of framework that people have used, both policymakers as well as the private sector, to think about asset allocation, to think about policy making, that has been questioned by this new environment that a lot of people have never seen. You need to go back to the late 70s, early 80s to think about high inflation. And that is a major change in the market structure, in the policy making, the reaction function. Right? So if I had slides today, I would show you a chart that would go at the share of countries that have inflation above 60%, going back to the 60s, and you would see there were the share of those countries above 6%, it was close to zero. It was like 5–10% for a decade, 15 years. And then now it really looks more like the 70s. So we're back to that world. And so that implies, one, the central banks have reacted very aggressively. We have seen central banks around the world. Emerging markets start earlier. Central Bank of Brazil, for example, in early 21. All the emerging markets in Latin America increase interest rate, and then central bank in advanced economies change their policy stance. Some faster than others. The Fed has accelerated the pace of tightening. They went from 25, 50, then 375, and then one coming most likely. Bank of Canada moved 100 basis points, then 75, then 50. The ECB, as we have seen, is accelerating as well. And so there's been an aggressive increasing in interest rate that the concern is not so much that you need to raise interest rate, it's the speed with which this has occurred, essentially in the last 6 months plus. We have seen a financial system that was used to live with zero rate, low volatility, with rates that are very high, and they're starting to see real rates coming positive. And so that has been the right response, like why central banks have behaved the way they have. I think the concern is that what was originally seen as supply shock, right? So in school, they'll tell you that if you have an oil shock or a supply shock, the central bank should look through, which means ignore, because it's a temporary shock and it's just going to go away. The problem is, one, that this supply shock, this oil shock, has been more persistent than we thought, right? It's stayed high for a long time. And then also we have seen a series of shocks, not just one shock. So we've seen the Ukraine war, we've seen some shocks coming from the energy side and climate. And when there is this persistence and this sequencing of shock, whether this is a supply shock, a demand shock, it doesn't matter anymore, because it starts permeating into being ingrained in where inflation dynamics work. And this is the main concern, I think, that central banks have. If you look at the US as an example, we have seen inflation moving from goods services, which is more related to the supply chain disruption in China and so on, semiconductors. It started moving to services, right? So price of planes and a bunch of other services. And that's the part of this tradition is very sticky. It's very hard to bring down services inflation. And the risk is that you start seeing then wages picking up, because people want to be paid more, obviously, when inflation is high. And then inflation expectations move away from the target at 2%. And if that happens, the history of the 70s and the 80s, that it's really, really hard to bring those inflation expectations down. Just to give you an example, when people think about the US and Paul Volcker, everyone remembers the early 80s, right, where he jacked up the federal fund rate to 20% and it just killed inflation and the economy in the process. Very few people remember the earlier Paul Volcker in the late 1979 when they hiked interest rates and they thought they had inflation under control and they slowed. And inflation came down a little bit, but it got stuck at close to double digit and it didn't come down. And then they have to react even more in the second round. That's the one that everyone remembers. The first one is kind of lost in the history books. But that is the example that I think central banks are trying to avoid, right? Because if you don't react today, then you need to push on the gas pedal of interest rates much more later. And the damage is probably larger. So that is the reaction function. Now, why that matters is markets have been used for all these years where every time something bad happened in financial markets, central banks would cut interest rate, would jump in, would backstop the financial sector. And that was the appropriate behavior when inflation is low, right? You can cut interest rate and you serve at the same time both financial stability objectives as well as growth objectives. So the trade-off was always growth inflation, right? What do I do with interest rate and monetary policy? Now the problem now is that because inflation is high, when you move interest rate, financial stability and inflation are in conflict, right? So if you raise interest rate, maybe you fight inflation, but that problem with financial stability, because financial stability you will have to cut rates. And that's where I think the big change in framework needs to come. Now, what does it matter for markets? It does matter because markets have been used, again, with this, what you call the Fed put, so the fact that the central bank of the Federal Reserve would come in and just cut interest rate and backstop financial sector. That it's much more difficult to do when inflation is high because the credibility, inflation fighting credibility is on the line. Now, if you look at markets performance, you'd see that this has been a very challenging year so far, right? So equity markets, whether you look at the US, whether you look at Europe, Japan is a slightly different exception, but emerging markets, they are down between 20 and 25%, generally speaking. If you look at credit, so whether you invest in investment grade, high yield, emerging markets, we are down 15, 25%, more or less. So what is not working anymore, and this is where the change in approach has to be, that people used to build portfolio where you have some share of equities, some share of treasury securities. And in a world where every time things go bad, the Fed cut interest rate, you lose on your equities, you make some money on your treasury holdings. That's why they're called balanced portfolio, right? Because they can't do balance themselves. The problem now is that if you hold US Treasury this year, you're down more than 10%. So you lose on both sides of your portfolio. I sadly looked at my Federal Reserve pension plan a few weeks ago, and it was a very sad experience, and I deleted the password that I will not check until I retire. Because that portfolio approach, it doesn't work anymore. That requires a rethinking how you invest, what time horizon you have in mind, how to invest. And so that's one point I think to make. The thing that is really changing is that people need to understand that liquidity it's going to be scarcer and scarcer, right? We used to live in a world where liquidity was abundant, everyone could get free liquidity. And again, you build this portfolio, you invest in less liquid stuff, things go back, the central bank backstop you. That doesn't work anymore, and liquidity has a price. If you want to access central bank liquidity, if you want to have liquidity markets through the balance sheet or broker-dealer, that has a price, and when rates will go up and volatility goes up, that price go up with it. And central banks will not step in every time the price of liquidity goes up, right? If you take the example of what happened in the UK, just to diverge for a second, the Bank of England did not step in because rates were high. They were not trying to find the right level of interest rate. The shock was what it was, right? It was, how can I say politely, a fiscal plan that was not anchored to medium-term sustainability, let's put it that way. Could have been another shock, though. The issue is that rates are going up. This is the new world, right? And so they stepped in not because there was less liquidity or it was costly, but because there was dysfunction in markets. And that's what the central banks will always do. They will always backstop when you see the market breaking. But they will not step in just because rates are higher. That requires that people need to absorb this, and it seems to be very hard to change the way you think about these issues, right? And so what are the financial stability risks that we have in mind now? So we have a report we produce every 6 months. I think if I need to list them, one is that there could be something in the plumbing of the system that breaks. In the sense that the UK, again, is a good example, right? When the core of the financial system, what is the grease of the oil of the system, which is the treasury market, breaks, the system can't work. You can't price anything else because everything's priced off those interest rates. Well, that's a major risk, right? And there's a lot of discussion. Could this happen in Europe? Could this happen in the US? What would the central bank do? Do we have the tools to do this? And so the policy challenge there is to have tools that work. For monetary policy, you need to hike to control inflation, but do we have tools to deal with financial stability? They are different than interest rates. And that's complicated. It's rethinking the framework, rethinking the tools. What is the trade-off? The second risk that I think we have highlighted in the report is one where, because the central bank in advanced economies are raising interest rates so fast, that something bad will happen in emerging markets. If you look at emerging markets now, take any general index of emerging market, about 20% of that index now is either in default or in distress. And what I mean by distress means it's trading at more than 1,000 basis points off the benchmark. There are about 20 countries. They are not large in terms of share of GDP. It's like 20% of the index, maybe 5% of EM GDP, but it's a lot of people. And so there's risk of social unrest, food prices are high. So from a social standpoint, it's a serious problem. Those central banks who hiked before the Fed, they have some cushion that they can absorb, but with the Fed accelerating like this, there's a risk that at some point something will break, right? And there's going to be more distress in emerging markets. Not all emerging markets are the same. This, I think, it's an important point to make. If you are a commodity importer or exporter, it makes a huge difference. If you are an exporter, you're much better off. If you are high rated, so investment grade, you live a much better life than if you are frontier or high yield. Or if you are close to the war in Ukraine, and also Central and Eastern Europe, you have much more pressure and problems than if you are in Asia now. So differentiation is important, but as an asset class, there are risks there. Other markets where we look in the risk, one is the housing market. When rates go up, usually the housing market cracks. In the US, we are still in positive growth in terms of house pricing. It's still, the Schiller case index is more than about 13% positive year to year. But if you look month to month, it's actually negative, right? Prices are slowing. The challenge with assessing the risk there is that we don't know how much is demand and how much is supply, right? There's been so much shortages of materials, people, that there's not enough production of housing. So even if demand comes down a lot, it's not obvious that the price will crash. But mortgages, just the US, mortgages are north of 7% now. So just the beginning of the year, they were 3.5%, so they doubled. Jurisdiction like the UK, Canada, where mortgage rates are floating, so they're based on short-term interest rate, they've seen a huge increase in interest rate, right? And that means that they need to pay more on their mortgage. That hits into household disposable income, obviously, right? That's why one of the reasons the Bank of England has been more slow, if you want, in hiking interest rates. So housing, it's one sector. We have a model that we run at the fund where we look at what are the probability of declining real house prices. Our model tells us that there is about 5% probability that, for example, in emerging markets, over the next 3 years, house prices will decline more than 25%. That's a really large number in real terms, right? That number is 10% for advanced economies. So housing is one. There is risk that the credit market may slow, and so provision of credit to household and firms is crucial, especially since the global economy slows down. The other one is China. I don't necessarily want to spend too much time on China, but there's a lot of fragilities that have been brought to the fore now, and it's one thing when you're growing 10%, and that you can use the fiscal lever to address those, but when you're growing 2%, the fiscal space that you have is much less, and so that poses a huge challenge for emerging market. Maybe one last thing to say is like, what are the risks to the global economy at this point, right? So I think the risk number one is the war in Ukraine, because that's weighing heavily on commodities prices, energy prices, particularly for Europe. That is a major shock. And you can see in the components of supply versus demand in what is driving inflation, say the US versus Europe. And a resolution of the war would have positive effect in terms of investor confidence for the economy of that area, beyond the human suffering. I mean, I'm just talking about as an economist for a second. But also for commodity prices, the cost of energy. There is also an opportunity there. I think it's worth spending 1 minute maybe, that it is true that energy security concern could have some affect the ability to move to renewables, so some setbacks in the short term. But it's also a huge opportunity to move to renewables, because in the medium term, energy security and climate transition, they align with each other, right? So if you move to renewables, you're less dependent on coal and fossil fuel. You're more independent, and you're also helping the climate. So to me, in the medium term, that's a huge opportunity, not just risk, but it's also an opportunity. The second risk is that inflation may stay higher than we think. Not just guessing when inflation is peaking. That's a game that everyone is playing. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know when inflation is going to peak. To me, the big risk is that inflation is going to stay high for longer than we think. And instead of coming down from 10 to 9 to 6 to 4, it's just going to go 10, 9, 8.5, 8, 7.5, 7, because that means that the monetary policy will be tighter for much, much longer than markets are pricing now. And that would be a bad surprise for how risk assets are priced today, right? Equities, credit. The last, probably, I think risk is related to China. I think China's slowing down at a time when US is slowing, Europe is slowing, China slows down. There is no engine of the global growth, right? And that would have implications for everyone else. So those are the major downside risks. The fund has reduced growth, I think now less than we did in July and in April. But what we call downside risks, or risks that things, in fact, my growth may come out even lower than we think, is actually they are significant. And that would have, again, there would be a huge implication, because we're coming out of a COVID crisis where the fiscal lever has been used, so there's not much fiscal space left, right? Debt levels are high, countries are running fiscal deficit. So how do you address those if you don't have the fiscal lever and monetary policies tightening? So it was a very gloomy annual meetings, to be honest. I'm not sure that I had much being very cheerful, but that's where we are today.
Thank you, Fabio Natalucci. What a terrific tour de force. To cheer you up, I can tell you about the journalist pension fund in Italy. That when my dad was drawing a pension, it's cast in marble. It wasn't cast exactly in marble, and it was swallowed now by imps. So we were saved by the imps, thank God, and so stick to the Federal Reserve Pension Fund. Our friend earlier today said that in DC, the moderator asked the first question. That's true, tradition. He didn't say that usually they toss a very mushy softball, and everybody in the audience think like, the moderator is asking that stupid question. So I'll try to skip that tradition. And Fabio, what I would like to ask you is if you could like zoom, like on Google Map, from the global to Italy. How do you see Italy in the coming month? And there are like plenty of stakeholders here. How do you see the, instead of the global outlook, the Italian outlook?
My official...
This is totally off the record, okay?
The official fun response is that because I'm Italian, I can't answer Italian question. So in terms of growth, I think we have, I'm just looking now, I need to get it closer. So the fund is Italy growing at 3.2% and then slowing down to like close to zero next in 2023. I think there are challenges that need to be addressed, right? So obviously energy is one. So reducing the dependence on oil and gas from Russia, I think the Draghi government has been very effective. And
a couple of weeks ago, so to interrupt you, for a couple of days we bought zero gas from Russia.
Exactly. So
nobody in Italy knows this. Nobody knows, but zero gas for at least a couple of days.
No, I've been brainwashed by people from the Italian representative at the fund when they came. They made this point very clearly. But that's not by chance, though, right? This is because the Draghi government took very aggressive action to not only cut debt, but also find alternatives. It's easy to cut, but you need alternatives, right? And the gas part is very interesting because, and that's what made the climate discussion very difficult in the US, right? Because yes, shale, you want to reduce gas and oil, but shale is what made this country energy independent, right? So when people say what is unique about the US, there's three things that no one else has in the world, right? One is the reserve currency and the deepest capital markets. The second one is the technology edge. And the third one is energy independence. They don't import energy anymore. And so part of this liquefied natural gas will come to Europe and will help the situation. And Italy seems to be better positioned than others, I think, to benefit from that. It takes time, though, right? You need to create infrastructure, or you need to be able to receive it. So the challenge is this gap in between when you have the infrastructure in place to receive and you don't have to. But the Draghi government, I think, has been very aggressive and very effective in doing that. I think the second challenge is the fiscal outlook. Spreads, and at this point everyone talks about the spreads, like you go to a cocktail and it's like that regular discussion of spreads. But the spreads have come down. They were hiking up in the summer. They reached 250. If 250 is this number that markets have been fixated, which the ECB will step in. They've been coming down after that TPI was announced, that transmission protected instrument that's been dubbed also transmission for Italy. That instrument is there, hasn't been used, but it's there to protect dysfunction in markets. The number has come down quite a bit, so they were concerned about the new government, what kind of fiscal stance they will have. I think Italy, to be honest, also benefited from the development in the UK. People were really distracted with the UK. This is the first press conference we had when we launched the GFS, the Financial Stability Report. I did not get one question on Italy, not even one. And the first 6 were on the UK. But that is an issue. The debt to GDP and the sustainability and the fiscal outlook need to be addressed. The other thing I think would be growth, right? So make sure that growth, to me, when we have this discussion about debt to GDP and sustainability, everyone fixated on the numerator of the debt to GDP. The other way to bring down debt to GDP is growth, because if you raise the numerator, the ratio comes down, right? So make sure that there is growth and there is the tools in place to sustain the Italian economy. Italy, it has a great name, it's a great tool. Everyone, at least in this town, right? That's when you talk about Italy, the issue is like marketing and selling it and being in a position to take advantage of global markets. Those are global markets. You need to operate in global markets and be competitive. competitive is a broad word, right? It requires not just the creativity of Italian products, the ability to sell, but you need to have capital markets, you need to have legal system, you need a framework in place. I think that's where the attention needs to be. The products are there. You need to be able to also attract people. One thing that, and then I'll stop, that has been really not paid attention to, that everyone was fixated with non-performing loans in the Italian banking system and so on. The Italian government created a very liquid market for secondary NPLs that has been very liquid even through the pandemic. That's an example that a lot of countries in Europe across the world are looking at. And that was a great development. So those are the tools that can help actually address some of this issue. That's, for some reason, it didn't get the right publicity that it should have. But previous government really worked hard to actually reduce those NPLs in the bank's book, and it's been very effective.
I think that we can give big round of applause to Fabio Nattalucci. Really blunt and interesting also speaking about Italy. And I'm positive that we have like a tight schedule, but questions from the floor? Please. If it's a mic, if you briefly introduce yourself and then ask a question, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alberto Castelvecchi. I teach communication and Luis Guido Carli. Simply put, do you have any good news?
You know, Alberto, I thought you actually, from what I expected, I thought you were great news. This is like, Fabio, raccogliamo un po' di... Okay, so a couple of more questions so that we, two gentlemen and a lady there, a gentleman here, then a lady, grazie.
Thank you. Fabio Massimo Ballerini, Deputy Consul General in San Francisco. So one question, you talked much about inflation, which is the big elephant in the room now. And you mentioned two main causes, supply chain disruption and the war in Ukraine. How much the inflation, the current inflationary outlook comes from the quantitative easing which have been put into the system for many years before the current situation? Thank you.
And a question from a lady just behind. Okay, grazie.
Hi, so Charita Ghosh. I'm a professor of economics, and I'm also a two-time Fulbright alumni to Italy, 2006 and 2008. So I went to Puglia, so University of Salento and University of times. My question to you is, given everything, the fact that the dollar is appreciating so strongly, what does that have an impact on developing countries and the global economic outlook? Because you didn't touch on that at all, in your conversation here. Thank you.
So any good news, quantitative easing, and the dollar?
Okay, so I am not in the business of good news, right? So I work on the Global Financial Stability Report that deals with financial market risk. So risk, it's always on the left tail. I think the good news is that, as sad as some of these shocks we have seen between COVID, the war, the climate events, that kind of like crystallize people's attention on some of these issues and risks, right? So that we need to really pay attention to climate. Climate is not something that we just discuss in academic circles, but it's a real thing. I didn't go to Italy this summer because my kids managed to destroy my schedule for the summer, so I couldn't go. But my father lives there, and I don't think my US-born kids would have enjoyed living there without AC. So climate is one. I think it really crystallized people's attention on what needs to be done. And again, if we take it the right way, reducing dependency on fossil fuel will be a good opportunity to actually accelerate the transition. And it is, again, everyone focuses on risk and climate, but there are huge opportunities also for the financial sector. And so we're doing a lot of work at the fund trying to exactly focus on this, like what is sustainable finance or transition finance, and what are the opportunities, how to bring the private sector in and take some of the upside. So to me, that is one. The other one is that the world that we used to live on, globalization, or the way we had in mind, that's not going to work anymore. So it's an opportunity to rethink, I think, some of this business model, right? So the US here calls onshoring, however you want to call it, but it's an opportunity for rethink, I think, how we think about jobs, how we think about security, in a way that we are forced to do, that in normal conditions perhaps we wouldn't know. So there's always the Fed, we always used to say that there are always some upside to crisis. And so the issue is like finding them, right? So those could be some opportunities to rethink some of this. In education, now what do we do in education, where should we be focusing on? On the QE, I actually disagree with that. I don't think the issue is QE here. I think the issue is fiscal policy in the sense that there is a part of the inflation dynamics that is, again, supply factor. The other one is the fiscal aspect, right? It's the aggregate demand. Right? The US is a good example. I think ex ante, probably I would have agreed when Janet Yellen said that we're doing risk management, and in risk management you do more than perhaps ex post would be the right answer, because we don't know how big the hole is going to be for the global economy. I don't have an issue with what was done. I think we include ourselves at the fund, we were slow in recognizing how strong the global economy has come out from the recession. And so that part of the aggregate demand, I think it's what is driving inflation higher. I don't think it's necessarily QE. QE, if anything, is the issue I raised at the beginning. It has created this environment where people are insensitive to risk, right? Unable to price liquidity risk because they think the central bank will step in. That's the unintended consequence of QE. I think inflation is just a matter of fiscal policy. It has been so massive that we have been slow to recognize how much was feeding into demand. On the dollar, yes, I did skip the dollar because usually I get in trouble when I go into the US dollar. It is a major issue, right? That the strength of the dollar represents at least two situations. I think one is the interest rate differential. The US is more aggressive than other countries in hiking. And the other one is the strength of the US economy that is much stronger than other advanced economies, right? So a typical example is the yen, right? They stuck at easy monetary policy, the Fed is not. The yen is depreciating very fast. That said, which is an important point, people always say the dollar is strong against everyone. That is not the case, right? So if you take emerging markets, it is true for G10 countries. But if you look at emerging markets, there is a huge differentiation within the set. I'll give you two examples. Brazil and Mexico, they actually appreciate against the US dollar this year. Because, again, what's the point of differentiation? Those are exporting commodity exporting countries that actually act on monetary policy earlier than others. They hike the interest rate more, so the differential is smaller. So within the EMs, there is a huge diversity in behavior. So people look at usually an index and say the dollar is appreciating. But if you look at individual countries, the behavior is very different. So that's something that it's worth looking into. So I managed to stay out of trouble with the dollar.
Okay, I think I have time. Grazie, Fabio. I think I have time for one more question from the floor, if you have it. No, I think that everybody is either satisfied by the good news or
sorry. Always regarding inflation is a more general question. It is this, and is a comment I heard from a very senior economist in Italy some weeks ago. Inflation was really out of any radar screen in recent years, and so also several very senior economists, professionals in finance and so on, never experienced inflation in their life. How many books was written whose title was more or less The End of Inflation? I think I have in my library at least a couple, or maybe even more. So this issue of framing, let's say like this, can be a part of the explanation of why the reaction of central banks or in general markets or in general people was so slow in recognizing inflation coming as a new structural phenomenon and not as a transitory one, as a part. I don't know if it is.
The answer is yes. The reason why we always miss financial crisis is because we always use the framework of yesterday, and we always think the next crisis is going to be the same. And this is a similar example. We use a framework of low inflation, low interest rate, low volatility, and we are in a different regime now, and it takes time for people to adjust, both markets but also policymakers, right? We always blame markets for being slow and they're not pricing, but I think the policymaking world has its own fair share of slow reaction.
It's not just the economists, the generals always fight the last word. Juliana, 1 minute question.
I was just, I see that everybody's already selling the stocks, so we can give a round of applause. Thank you for the useful.
So Fabio Natalucci and Juliana Canet and Fabio Battista and Andrea Battista and Paola Severino, please. I think next is cocktail, right? So, enjoy. Ok.
No, grazie a voi. Grazie.
Andiamo.
Grazie.
Bravo Fabio.
Bene.
Grazie.